Kongversation.
Meanwhile, me and Tom Holland, the Spiders Man, are in London. We're gonna head to the London Internet Exchange, or Links for short. Wait, I don't understand. Rare never released any games for the Atari Lynx. This is on brand for the Kongversation.
Hello and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Video Game Donkey, and Hyle, I'm real excited to talk about my favorite video game today.
I never know what bits he's gonna do when he's on. He always just throws me for a loop. He like puts me in a net and drags me behind him as he goes on and does this little bit.
No, and the problem, the real shitty thing about it is that I'm not as improvisationally fast on my feet as you are. So I will launch us into a bit, and then I'll just depend on you to get us out of it. I have no idea where this is going.
The thing is, Josh, you flatter me, but I am really not that good at improv. Despite taking improv classes, despite having a not insignificant chunk of my life in that world, I'm terrible at it. I'm no DK Vine Hall of Famer Ryan Stiles. That's for damn sure.
Well, who is, though?
No, very few, and we still don't know who else is from 2016. We never resolved that little bit. But anyway, Josh Wallen from Off of the Geek Critique, welcome back to the show.
Well, thank you for having me, Hyle.
Yeah, last time you were on, you blew everyone's mind discovering hidden secrets of Donkey Kong Country Barrel Maze. I feel like we broke...
Indeed, and stay tuned, and I might just blow your mind about this game, too.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to that. I feel like we broke new ground for Donkey Kong on that episode. We were laying down wisdom that had never been given before, had never been gifted to the masses. We were like Moses walking down with stone tablets from on high. And on this episode, I'm not going to be doing that for Donkey Kong. In fact, on a Kongversation first, today we're going to be exclusively talking about a Super Mario game. A game in which Donkey Kong makes no appearances. It's never even referenced. And hold on, don't turn off your device and walk away. Before you think I'm selling out to the man, before you think that I am giving up the goat, I am cashing out because talking about Donkey Kong, 10 years of no new standalone game is getting to be a bit too much. Before you think that I have nothing left to say
right,
about...
episode 1205, and he's finally out of ideas.
It's not exactly how that works, Josh, but it's...
No, but I love people on Twitter who see the show and they think that's how it works.
I mean, here's the thing. I could, starting right now until we actually hit that number, just counting in a linear chronological fashion, I could fill up that with just Donkey Kong, DKU, and Rare chat. I could do it easily without breaking a sweat. This is not me running...
Oh, I know. You could just focus it on nothing but Mr. Pants and you'd still pull it off. I
have
no doubt.
That would be a bit tricky. I think I would hit 4th or 5th season of just Mr. Pants content, and then I would start feeling the pressure. But this will be relevant to Donkey Kong. If the episode title did not clue you in on that, I am tying it all together. So this is a weird one though. And I really wanted to talk about this because I mentioned on the podcast a few episodes back, in the waning days of our intra-season hiatus, actually just early this month, early March 2024, I had a pretty significant flare-up of my bipolar 2. in that I had a massive depressive collapse. And it's something I've dealt with my entire life. You know, it's not nothing I'm ashamed of or am leery about talking about. It's just that I occasionally just get, it hits me like a freight train, right? And I'm just, I can feel it coming, and it's just, I'm done. Like, I know for the next few days, I will not be very productive. And it's something I've dealt with my entire life, and I had really done some self-analysis and legitimate therapy a decade and a half ago, and that made me realize that the negative maelstrom of thoughts that I would suffer from, it was just wonky brain chemistry. Like, I know better now how to deal with it than I did for most of my life prior to it. So, all that to say, I know when I'm succumbing to it that I've got to figure out how to deal with it and get over that hump. And this time around, you know, I wasn't doing the podcast yet. We were still gearing up for the new season. I had just finished a new video, so I was just like facing some actual downtime. And I thought, well, I'm just gonna have to ride this out for a few days. Why don't I play a video game? You know, not for DK Vine, not for like capturing video footage or what have you. What if I just play a video game for my own amusement? It's a weird thought. Because like, what the hell? Why would I do that when I can't make a video about it, when I can't base a podcast on it? I realize the irony that I am inevitably basing a podcast on this experience, but you know, at the time that wasn't.
But you
the
didn't
plan.
set out with that intention.
No.
No, and I can, as somebody who also makes content about video games, like I totally, I feel like I'm much better about it now than I used to be. But like, there was a long stretch where like, any game I played, and it wasn't like such a bad thing, because I guess I was getting new insights off of it at least. Mm. But like any game I played, like I would inevitably start, just without even meaning to, brainstorming, okay, but if I made a video about this, what would I say? What would I do?
Right. Yeah, I'm the same way. And I mean, that's just the way my brain is wired. I'm always looking at things from an angle of, what could I do creatively with this? How could I work this into something? Like, everything
content brained, as the kids say.
I don't like the word content personally, Josh, because I feel like that just it writes off what you're doing as disposable junk. And I realize everything I do is disposable junk, but I can't feel that way about it. I have to put myself in it. I have to feel impassioned about it. So,
110%. You are speaking to the choir there.
I'm going with Donkey Kong universe-based entertainment. So, taking a few mental health days, I broke out my Nintendo Switch. And I thought, hey, you know, I have this Nintendo Switch Online membership. I have access to this entire back catalog of games that have been released on Nintendo consoles over the years. But all I ever do with it is I get screenshots of Donkey Kong Country games and Banjo-Kazooie. Like, what if I actually sat down and I played something else on here? Wild. I know. Like, I'm thinking outside the box. What if I play a video game? I'm a genius. So, I decided, because I wasn't really feeling much in the way of enthusiasm about anything during this depressive spike, I would instead go back to something I had played in the past. So it wouldn't be a new experience, but it would be an experience that I hadn't encountered and enjoyed since before I was a teenager. And that's playing Super Mario
Eliminator
All-Stars.
Boat Duel. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. No, I stepped on that. Super Mario All-Stars. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System compilation of all of the NES Super Mario games. with their, updated graphics for the time. It's a game I did play, or a compilation I did play quite a bit in the pre-Donkey Kong Country days. And I'd always just wanted to sit down and beat all 4 games in there just in a row, and I never did it because I could never get past the lost levels. More on that in a bit, but I thought, I'm basically going to be useless for the better part of a week. I am going to do this. And at the very least, I've got save states so I can just pick up where I left off. So, yeah, I sat down, and here's the thing a lot of people don't realize about me, Josh, or they may not realize if they just take everything I do via DK Vine at face value. Once upon a time, I was a Mario fan. No, it's true. It was my gateway drug into Nintendo. Into video games, pretty much.
It is funny to look back on that now, but at the same time, it makes perfect sense. Like, the NES was one of your first consoles. I think that would go for almost anybody, like, in that position.
Yeah, I mean, given the time, given the era, it's not surprising, but I do, sell myself as, oh, Mario, the guy who tortured Cranky Kong. Let's, strip him down and burn him at the stake.
You are far kinder to Mario than you once were, though.
Right. I'm not
fair.
I'm not sending serial killer-esque letters to Nintendo of America with a decapitated Mario gushing blood, asking for more Donkey Kong games. I don't do that anymore.
Not any. Did you do that?
Once. Then I never heard back from them.
To be fair, you just got the idea from the Star Fox 64 promo video. You saw how effective that was, and you were like, well, if it worked for that guy.
I'm vaguely recalling what you're talking about.
That was the first promo video that I can remember seeing.
The truth is, through Super Mario World, I was actually, legitimately fascinated by Mario's universe. I made watching the Super Mario Bros. Super Show a religious appointment every weekday afternoon after school. I would never miss the Adventures of Super Mario Bros. 3 or the Super Mario World cartoon when they aired on Saturday mornings. I was there at McDonald's to get all of the Super Mario Bros. 3 Happy Meal toys. And I'd also reenact Mario games on the playground with my friends. So I was into it. I wasn't a completionist or anything. I wasn't basically laying down the groundwork for what would become Super Mario Pipe or whatever I would launch eventually on the internet. It never got that far, but Mario was the video game reality I thought about the most and therefore lived in the most. Josh, I didn't even know who Donkey Kong was until I stumbled upon Donkey Kong Classics, the NES compilation cartridge of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. And I'm really going to show my age here. It was I saw it in a KB Toys, the mall toy store that existed back when, malls were still more prevalent here in the United States. And they had a toy store in them, not just clothing stores. And yeah, it was an NES cartridge behind the counter, Donkey Kong Classics. I want to say this was either late 1991 or early 1992. And it was on sale, and I conned my mom into getting it for me because Mario was on the cover. And that is how I first learned about Donkey Kong. So yeah, Mario was basically the nucleus of my video game atom for the first 4 to 5 years of my game playing life. Playing All-Stars earlier this month elicited some surprising nostalgia for me, feelings I hadn't felt since that era of my life. But it wasn't necessarily nostalgia for the original Super Mario Brothers, nor was it for Super Mario Brothers 3. Playing All-Stars made me realize that my adoration of the Mario series from the late 80s and early 1990s, my, if you will, hyper fandom of it from those prepubescent days of my life, mostly stemmed from the existence of one Mario game. A game that many of the same people who once claimed that Donkey Kong Country was overrated said was a false Mario game. Forgery of a Mario experience. A ruse passed off to gullible American families, while the true sequel was kept under lock and key in the land of the rising sun.
And see, this whole setup is so fascinating because, like, you know, only 5 years actually separate, less than 5 years, about 4.5 years actually separate us. But because the video game industry moved and changed and evolved so quickly in those days, like, even that much of an age difference, like, makes a huge difference in, like, our perception of things and how we remember them and how we were introduced to them.
Absolutely.
Because by the time, like, I got into gaming, my first perception was that Mario was kind of old news. He seemed like, I liked Mario games. So one thing that's kind of interesting is that, like, my Super Nintendo was the double pack that came with Mario All-Stars and Mario World. And I had no idea early on that Mario All-Stars even was a compilation of anything.
Right.
Like, the whole context was just completely different. That said, I did also go to KB Toys as a kid, and my favorite memory of that was, appropriately for episode art today, getting a Virtual Boy for $30.
Nice. That's a deal. I think I like spent $60 on my Virtual Boy, so you found a bargain.
Yeah. But yeah, so just, I've always sort of, cause, you know, going into the internet by the late 90s and early 2000s, like, the strength of NES era nostalgia was, like, undeniable. It was the big thing and would continue to be it probably until about 2010. Yeah. In terms of, like, what the internet seemed to most fondly look back on, in terms of gaming. And so this whole period of Mario Mania, in the 80s has kind of always fascinated me and intrigued me, and it's something that, like a lot of 80s things, like Masters of the Universe, for example, or even TMNT, which was, you know, sort of cross between the 80s and 90s, but it was one of those things that I was just a little too young to experience firsthand, and so, like, sort of learning about it through the perspective of the people who were there, like, makes up some of my most formative, like, memories of being on the internet.
Well, that's a really great point, because what we're going to be talking about today, I think I am warped the way I am because of the very narrow window in time I got into Nintendo. I got into Mario. I got into gaming, essentially. I probably wouldn't have these conceptions that I did and still do if it wasn't for that sliver in time, that, like, microscopic 2-year period where this was possible. But it happened. And it really made me feel like an outlier for the rest of my life until I went to therapy and I embraced that about me. I like who I am. I'm not wrong. I'm just different. So,
hell yeah.
On this episode of The Kongversation, we are talking about Super Mario Bros. 2, aka Super Mario USA, the erstwhile Doki Doki Panic. Still my favorite Mario platformer to this day, and one that I believe holds strong connections to the evolution of Donkey Kong Country. This is Super Mario Bros. 2 and the Donkey Kong Country fan. But first, Josh, want to plug our Patreon. That's right. DK Vine is on Patreon. You can support DK Vine, support independent Donkey Kong journalism, nay, independent Donkey Kong journalism and Donkey Kong universe-based entertainment by going to our Patreon and throwing us a couple of dollars a month. $5 and up patrons can listen to episodes of the Kongversation live as we record, complete with all of the flubs, all the little ugly bits that we say, that's no good. And if you think the final finished episodes are full of imperfections, you've heard nothing yet. I want to give a shout out to everyone in the live stream right now. We've got Freezer, of course. Hello, Freezer. We've got Porygon Q. We've got the Snake Fighter 64 joining us for the first time. March Rose.
And I want to say hello to any of my people who might be here. There's, Hyle graciously has allowed me to share the live stream chat in my Patreon Discord group, because I thought it was a good idea you guys had, so I decided to rip it off. So welcome to anybody who might be here from the inner ring.
The inner ring. That's such a better name for you than the inner circle, which it is for me. Like, we should have really gone with, like, the Buddy Barrel or, I don't know. Come up with a better name. But yeah, Snake Fighter 64, aka Jennifer, says the whole Mario 2 USA isn't a real Mario game is so dumb to me as someone who didn't grow up with that perception. So yeah, I think we're going to be targeting a perception that's on the wane. But it definitely existed back, I mean, I would say around until about 2010. That's really when you felt the tide start to shift in a lot of the ingrained perceptions.
I like how we both know exactly when 90s nostalgia really took over, and it was 2010.
Well, not just...
And you know, like, it's not just cause of returns, okay? I know what you guys are thinking.
No. But it wasn't just 90s nostalgia. It was basically... The opinions of Gen X gamers had held so much sway over the discourse for the longest time that to finally break through and get more voices in there, it really helped start to shift the narrative a little bit. But yeah, it was pervasive. But we're going to get into some of the reasons why there was such a weird, like, semi-hatred for this game. And I don't think anybody genuinely loathed it, but it was held in the least regard compared to the others. And we're going to be getting into some of that. Josh is here because Josh is someone I consider to be a stalwart gaming historian who loves a lot of the same things I love when it comes to looking at the history and how perceptions are shaped and shift over time. And we're on the same wavelength about a lot of stuff like that. Even when we disagree, we find common ground. And so I was like, this would be a fun episode for Josh. Like, originally, Josh was going to be here for another episode I had earmarked for around this time. And then I played Super Mario Bros. 2. And I was like, hey, Josh, what if we did this first? So, thankfully he agreed.
We talked it out and that sounded fun.
Yeah. DK Vine's also on TeePublic. We got our merchandise store. DKVine.com/merchandise. I'm wearing a DK Vine shirt right now because I am just completely empty as a human being. I've got the Kongversation Season 10 shirt I'm wearing today. It's a lovely little album artwork that Dustin Jackson did. The Kongversation Season 12 t-shirt will be coming to TeePublic really soon. Josh, I know you've actually bought a thing or two of our shop in your day, being the last year or so. What's your favorite item on the DK Vine merchandise store?
Well, Hyle, as a long time DK Vine fan who found the site when I was a mere lad of 12, Not even a teenager yet. In retrospect, perhaps some of those jokes went over my head, but my favorite shirt would have to be the classic DK Vine logo shirt.
Oh, the 1999 era DK Vine logo.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I love that one. That one was basically a redesign of the site aesthetic we had back then done by Cameron Regal, and it's a terrific shirt. I love it. I like most of our shirts. We've got a few just trashy joke ones in there, but we try.
Now the one that gets me the most enjoyable looks from strangers is the Which Brothers Bear is Best shirt.
I'm sure that raises some question. Like, wow, look at this Disney adult over here. Loves Disney, loves that movie, Brother Bear.
You know, it says something that I had never once considered that it might be read that way.
Yeah. So anyway, check out our TeePublic shop, dkvine.com/merchandise. Finally, I just want to give a quick plug to our YouTube channel, DK Vine, because we are monetized again, Josh, and I am so relieved over that I can
long time coming on that one.
Yeah. So I'm always nervous now when I go to YouTube, thinking that the algorithm, the bots will have got me again. Like, I'm just waiting. I don't believe I can have nice things, so I'm just waiting for something to go wrong. But so far, so good. We've got some fun videos in the works right now. DKU Lore Tour is an ongoing series I'm doing where I really get to delve into the interlinking continuity between Rare Shared Universe. And it's just basically me getting to really have fun, which I have really, really enjoyed. It's been some of my favorite stuff I've worked on in years. So please check that out. But while you're on YouTube, don't do yourself a disservice by just subscribing to our channel, because there is a far more competent, far more professional, far more successful YouTube channel about gaming that you could also subscribe to. And of course, I'm talking about the Geek Critique. Josh, why don't you tell them about your channel?
Well, the Geek Critique, I guess it's okay. It's pretty good. It's got some fun videos in there. You've got the whole Donkey Kong series that I made like almost a decade ago now, which was liberally borrowing, quote unquote, from DK Vine concepts. In some cases, I didn't even mean to do it. That's the crazy thing. I had this stuff so deep ingrained in me that like I just started writing, and then later I was like, wait, was that actual canon, or did I just get that from DK Vine? That was the crazy.
Our goal was always to blur the lines and make people not sure. I don't have the heart to tell Super Mario Wiki what they've run with. That is an actual canon.
I spent 10 years. I never had Super Smash. I bought Super Smash Bros. 64 used, and so I never had the manual for it. So I legitimately spent about 10 years thinking the Chest of Time was a real thing.
It's in the opening of the game. I don't know what to tell you. Are your eyes lying to you?
Anyway, more seriously, check out the Geek Critique on YouTube. I'm currently, I'm a month away from the 10th anniversary of what I consider to be this current version of the channel, the one with the documentary-style retrospectives on various video games and video game franchises, and I'm planning something quite special for that. So I just I spent most of today working on my 10th anniversary branding. Did a whole made a new channel banner, made some new avatars, and weirdly, just having a design element like that always seems to give me more motivation.
Yeah.
It's now I have this thing to look at and to work towards.
I'm just getting ready to commission our 25th anniversary branding. So
Yeah, every time I think I've been doing this for a while.
I mean, granted, this is kind of snowballed. It just started off as a childhood hobby, effectively, and then it somehow became my career. That wasn't the plan. was never the intention. But yeah, people might think Josh and I are old friends based on our rapport and what have you. The truth is, I first learned of Josh from his channel. So, like, I was immediately taken with his style, his presentation, the quality of his videos. And somebody who's not a real big fan of a lot of gaming media, like, there are a few that I really enjoy. Gaming Historian, The Geek Critique. I like Malik's videos, the cartoon gamer, but Freezer, who's in our chat right now, she's doing great work. But I'm generally like, Cotbox. Sorry, I'm just thinking of ones I actually do like, because I don't want to leave anybody out now that I've like, but no, there's good ones out. But I'm saying like some of the more popular ones I've never really vibed with, as they say. And like immediately I was like, this dude's pretty cool. I really like, it was just a very quick subscribe, and I never have that reaction to YouTube channels because I don't want to disrupt my YouTube algorithm either. I don't want to get recommended all this stuff I don't want to see. So yeah, it was just like, yeah. And then pretty quickly we established communication and found out you were a fan of DK Vine, and it was just, like pretty soon we became actual friends, and that was really cool. So yeah, check it out. Like I'm a fan of yours and a fan of your videos, not because you're my friend, but because I was a fan of yours before I knew you.
Absolutely. And I was a fan of yours for like about 10 years before I knew you. Oh God. Actually, no, it was more than that, wasn't it? Oh God. It's been a while.
And considering given that you said there's about a 4-year difference between us, considering I was corrupting you when you were 12, I'm pretty proud of how you turned out. Like, I did a good job raising you.
Well, thanks, Dad. I learned it by watching you.
All right, so we'll be checking in with the live stream as we go. We've also got some calls to take a little bit later on. But let's get into it. Super Mario Bros. 2. So, let's go back. Let me give you a little bit of my origin story to really set the stage for why this game looms so large in my own personal origin story, my own history. It's the Joe Chill to my Batman. I first got a Nintendo Entertainment System, and again, I'm going to show you how old I am. Like, I'm having an adult beverage right now. It's Metamucil. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but like 1988, all right, was the year I got a Nintendo Entertainment System, which was also the year Super Mario Bros. 2 came out in the United States. So basically, what happened?
It was also the year that I was born. So there you go.
Yeah, congratulations. You were part of the famous Super Mario Bros. 2 baby boom. That math doesn't work out. That math actually doesn't work out because it came out in like September or October of '88. So any Super Mario Bros. 2 randiness that would have emanated from that wouldn't have resulted until 1989 babies,
No, my parents must have just really enjoyed Metroid.
So, yeah, what happened? And I very clearly remember this, and I have a good memory. Like, I remember details of like my early childhood that most people have no recollection of. Like, I can go back, I have like imagery from when I was about 2 years old that I distinctly remember. My first memory is falling down the stairs, but, which explains quite a bit. But we first played a Nintendo Entertainment System, we being me and my parents, at a friend of theirs' house. We went over, they had an NES, we played it, my mom was smitten and was like, we need this in our family. So the very next day, we went out to Toys R Us to get one. And, that's really wild that, I was too young to really petition for anything that I wanted outside of birthdays or Christmas, especially anything lavishly big and extravagant like a video game console. So the reason I had a Nintendo Entertainment System was because my mom really wanted it. And that was just the reason. Had she known I would wind up as a Donkey Kong journalist, she would have probably second guessed that choice. But she had no idea. She didn't know. So we went to Toys R Us, we got it, and this is just a curious aside, because when I was doing the show notes, I had a bit of a Mandela effect moment, and I had to do some research, and I hit a bit of a snag in my own personal history that I am having trouble reconciling. So, like I said, I've got a pretty good memory, especially with weird, stupid, unimportant details in my life. But here's where those details don't add up. I had the bundle, the Nintendo Entertainment System bundle that came with the Zapper and the Power Pad. And I had the Super Mario Brothers / Duck Hunt / World Class Track Meet compilation. But according to every source that I found, that didn't come out until late 1990. And I know I got the NES in 88 because we weren't yet living in the state of Virginia then. We moved to Virginia in 1989. So the only thing I can rationalize, unless I am from the universe that where it came out in 88, is that we got the just the bundle that had Super Mario Brothers / Duck Hunt with the light gun. We got that when I lived in South Carolina. And then at some point when we moved to Virginia, we traded our NES with someone else and got the new bundle, because I definitely have the Power Pad. But I also remember using that light gun in our South Carolina home. So that must have happened, and I somehow just forgot about it. Completely besides the point, but it just weird.
And you're positive that you didn't have the World Class Track Meet cartridge just by itself. I don't even know if it came by itself, but
no, because it was a point of pride that I had the 3-way compilation,
right.
the one cartridge, because I showed it to my friends, and none of them had it. I would be like, look at my Super Mario Brothers. It has Duck Hunt and World Class Track Meet. And they're like, what's World Class Track Meet? Let me show you.
Right, because I'm literally holding the Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt compilation card in my hand right now. That one is far, far more common than the World Class Track Meet one.
Yeah. That one was the one all of my friends had. For me, the rarest ones were just the solo Super Mario Brothers cart, which by the late 80s, nobody had that. Everybody got it with Duck Hunt. Or
sure.
It was the Duck Hunt bundle, but
Freezer says that you're from the Fruit on the Loom cornucopia universe. Yeah, but everyone is. I've never met anyone who isn't.
Damn straight. One of our inner circle members goes by the name Astropipsy on social media. Chris, you might also know them as, sent me there was a Reddit post. Somebody apparently found a Fruit of the Loom package, an old one with the cornucopia. I don't know if it's doctored. I don't know if it's a forgery, but it looks correct to me. So anyway.
But yeah, regardless, really early childhood memories like that can be kind of finicky, because you'll have this really, really specific memory of this one certain thing, and then you're just totally blank on years of things that surround it.
Right. Well, generally the happiest memories survive. And the most traumatic ones, unfortunately. And it's just the run-of-the-mill, everyday, getting on by that you don't tend to preserve. It becomes snippets as you age, right? I have strong snippets of kindergarten, first grade on up, but I can't really tell you any of the really strong details of those classes. I just remember moments. So anyway, eventually I got that bundle, and I really had fun with the Power Pad, even though it was kind of hard to to really use the way they intended, but it was still this fun gimmicky thing. It's like, look what I have. Look at this. Yeah, it's the power pad. I'm going to stay in such good shape. And I did.
I mean, you're not wrong. I've seen you. Yeah. Maybe I should have had a power pad growing up.
Yeah. Just a couple sessions on that in the early 90s. You're good for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Nintendo's always had these phases where they've really gone after that sect of the market who's like, oh, video games can actually be good for you, and here's the proof of it. And, you know, like, I think of the power pad, I think of course, like 20 years later, you had Wii Fit was just a gigantic hit, albeit not with gamers, but with the general public.
The grand, the cosmic tie-in with all this is that the Wii was also a system that my parents wanted before I did. They got a Wii before I did. My grandparents, my grandmother who just passed away in January, she got a Wii before I did. And it was all because of Wii Fit and Wii Bowling, you know, just it was a sensation outside of our circles. And I didn't get it until Donkey Kong Country returned.
But here's the thing. Did they get a Wii U?
Oh no, nobody got a Wii U.
No. Did they get a Switch?
No.
Cause that's the thing. My parents were the same way. Like, they were as every bit as into the Wii as I was, and they still have it, like, hypothetically hooked up to their TV to this day. But they bought it. They played Wii Sports. I think they might have played one of those like hunting shooting games on it. I can't remember what it was called. And then they went right back to not buying video game consoles.
Yeah, like, I think the Super Nintendo is when my parents just kind of drifted away from it. They're like, we're getting too old for this. This is getting too complex. There's 4 buttons now. We can't handle this.
Right.
Although my dad did play the Super Nintendo whenever, like, we got a golf game for it, because he played the video game golf with his golfing buddy. And that was the extent he played it. But, yeah, I was in a kind of a late NES adoptee, because it makes me sound older than I actually even am, but I didn't get an NES until 1988. And, of course, you know, when you get an NES...
I mean, to be fair, what else was there, you know?
Yeah, like, well, when you get an NES, at any point, when anybody got an NES... you got Super Mario Brothers. Like, that was no question. Either it was bundled with it, or it just somehow magically showed up in your house afterwards. You would just have that game. So Super Mario Brothers, the original, was the first Nintendo game I ever played. And I didn't know any better. It was 1988, but I hadn't played an NES before this. Super Mario Brothers was mind-blowing to little 4-year-old me, Josh. Especially because the only thing I'd played before the NES was an Atari 2600, which my parents bought at a yard sale at some point in the mid-1980s. I don't really know when they got their hands on it, but, you know, the Atari 2600 from the late 70s, complete with the fake wood paneling of the era, you know, a little joystick, and so I thought that's as good as it got. I didn't even realize this revolution was happening, like, outside of my home with home video games and Nintendo just dominating the market. So, like, I was a toddler.
Your parents were better off than mine. My parents spent a ridiculous amount of money in 1983 on an Atari 5200. So,
Oh, nice. Maybe I'm an Atari 5200 baby, you know? I don't know. My parents
true.
Parents never shared that, but yeah, it's...
Well, That console, like, it came out and then immediately the the American market crashed. And also
right.
the controllers were absolutely terrible. Like, I remember my dad, when I was really, really little, he would brag that he and my uncle played so much Atari football on the 5200 that they went through like a dozen controllers. And then I got older and I found out, no, the controllers were just flimsy pieces of shit, and that's why.
So, yeah, but like, up until 1988, I was just playing hand-me-downs and hadn't caught up to where gaming actually was in that era. So jumping from the 2600 to Super Mario Brothers, earth-shattering, right? I didn't know video games could be so good, and dare I say immersive. And I realized calling the original Super Mario Brothers immersive today is laughable, but when you only have the 2600 as a comparison point, oh my god, Super Mario Brothers was like real life.
That's the thing. It's this, like, I experienced the exact same thing, like, years later, but it was Super Mario 64. And yeah, it's the exact same thing. You look at it now and it's like, you know, it visually, like, Mario looks like he's got a dump in his pants, but seeing that for the first time, like, it was the first time I ever looked at video game graphics and thought, I don't see how it can ever be better than this.
Right, because you can't conceive video games being anything else than what you currently have. I think we're better at it now. Well, it depends. If you've been around, if you're old pieces of shit like us, then nothing really surprises you anymore. But I think when you come of age or when you're a kid, you can't conceive of a future beyond your own. Or it's really challenging, or you get really fanciful with it and you go too far thinking like how realistic things are going to be, which is I did, imagining like the Donkey Kong games of the future. And I was basically just imagining Breath of the Wild, but with Donkey Kong, but
sure. And that was, it's strange, like, that was kind of what the N64 was marketed as giving us. Like, that was gonna be the level of game that we could expect. And of course it took like another 21 years on top of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To actually get to that point. But the dream was always there.
Right. So 1988, just got an NES, and we learned that you could rent NES games from the local video rental place. Like I said, we were living in South Carolina at the time. We had moved from Pennsylvania to South Carolina for a few years, and then we moved to Virginia, which is where I've spent most of my life, aside from some time in California. So we went to this small video rental, like mom and pop store, because this was the 80s. So everybody remembers Blockbuster nowadays, but this was the height of the video rental boom, Josh. So you would have so many local places, like one on every block. It's the equivalent today of vaping shops here in the United States. You've got
yeah, that is a very astute. Yeah,
you've got vaping shops. I was out yesterday and I was counting. I was out in the city and I was counting how many vape shops I would pass. And at one point I was counting 3 on every block. And I was just like, how are they staying in business? How are any of them competitive? But this was video rental places in the 80s and early 90s. It was this huge, lucrative market. And renting video games was a key component of that. As soon as Nintendo, unclenched and let people do it, then all of a sudden,
as soon as they were defeated in court, yeah.
Well, that is how a lot of these major corporations unclenched. But yeah, it was.
Yes.
It was this huge then windfall of profits for these places. Like now we can also rent video games. And this is the height of Nintendo's boom. This is the height of Nintendo mania, Mario mania, or Mario madness, to go off the Super Mario Brothers 2 box art. And we went to this place, but this tradition of going weekly to the video rental place and even renting a video game from there was one that would continue even when we moved to Virginia and made Blockbuster a regular hotspot until, I want to say 98, maybe, is when really we just stopped doing it. But yeah, it was that first.
Yeah, whether it was Blockbuster or like the mom and pop shops or some combination of the two, like 30 years of kids, roughly 20 to 30 years of kids, like grew up like with that experience.
Yeah,
like you always. Like so many games that I got to play as a kid, I only got to play because I could rent them, because they were right there, because I could, sort of convince my parents to, spend a few bucks getting this game for a few days. Much, much easier than I could convince them to, drop the full, 50, 60, 70, sometimes $80 on a full price retail game.
Yeah, for me, it was the trial. Right? If I was really taken with a game and my mom could see that, then she would know that's a potential purchase for a holiday, or even just me raising the money with my allowance. Donkey Kong Country. That's how I got Donkey Kong Country. Christmas 1994. My mom got it for me. She went out Black Friday, got in line for it, got it for me because we rented it, and she saw how just blown away by it I was. So, again, she wouldn't have done that had she known I would be a Donkey Kong journalist. She would have just stayed in bed that Black Friday. But I thank her for it. I thank her for ruining my life, because I'm very happy with where I'm at.
Ruining / making my life. I'm sure my parents would feel the same way.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, I mean, I first played the first 2 DKC games via rental as well, and then I got the third one on launch day.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was a way, and I would also rent the Virtual Boy. I would rent the Nintendo 64. Yeah. Like, ooh, we're gonna have this system for the weekend. Ooh, and there's always this ritual about it. You would take it home with you, that car ride home. It would be in the video store's case, but they would have the instruction
In my
manual
memory,
inside.
Those cases had a very distinct smell.
Oh yeah,
not an unpleasant one. Kind of like the foam of the Virtual Boy itself, really.
Yeah, there was just this very concentrated plastic, and it also it absorbed the smells of the video store, like the carpet and I don't know what it was, but it was just a magical experience. And this was also when you had a lot less concerns going on in your life, if you're fortunate enough to be in a stable environment, and
yeah, there's a reason those cases go for hundreds of dollars on eBay now.
Yeah. So, and that's really what you lose out with things like Game Pass, is you miss out on that ritual. I miss the days when even just playing a new game felt like this huge occurrence. And now it just feels so rote. It feels so, oh yeah, I can play this. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the sort of thing that I noticed, when I was a kid and I got into emulation. It's conceptually, it was very cool to have this gigantic list of any game that I wanted to play right here. But there was this weird, I almost immediately noticed that it was weirdly harder to get into them. It was weirdly harder to stick with them because I guess I just didn't have as much skin in it, so to speak.
Yeah, the magic was gone. A little bit of the wonder is stripped from it when games are just viewed as files, like electronic copies.
It's kind of what you were saying earlier about not liking the word content. It just, and I mean, I buy tons of digital games. I'm not saying that this is the case in every situation. It's just
no, there's
there is a certain amount. No, there's not exactly. But there's more of it. Just makes the whole experience feel just a little bit more disposable.
Yeah.
Especially with something like Game Pass, like you said, where you're not even directly paying for the game itself.
Right. But times change. There's nothing really wrong with that. It's just, it really did feel special in the very first game we rented, Josh, because we went in there and, this is small town video rental store. Everybody knows your name. And, my mom just talks with the people behind the counter. She knows them because she sees them every week. They said, well, yeah, we just got a Nintendo. Because that's what you called it, a Nintendo. We just got a Nintendo. And
much to Nintendo's chagrin, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, I've been playing Super Mario Brothers a lot. Well, the sequel just came out. And then behind the counter, there it was, Super Mario Brothers 2. And I remember seeing the box behind the counter, and it was so bright. It was so colorful. It looked like the most magical thing I had ever seen. And it's just Mario holding a turnip against clouds. But this was already, in my mind, a massive leap forward from the Super Mario Brothers I had been playing like the week prior. And I was just like, am I even worthy of playing this? We haven't beaten Super Mario Brothers. Like, dare we even try the sequel? But it was like, nobody can beat Super Mario Brothers. It's impossible. So, of course, I'm going to play this. So we rented it. Very first rental ever had for a video game. And
mine was Sonic Spinball. So you definitely got a leg up on me on that one.
Yeah. So I came home, we popped it in, and this is when I still played, video games with my mom, right? Like, I don't think I was brave enough to try it out by myself. And it was just like, bam! The game starts, and Mario falls from a door. just drops from the sky. And it just blew me away. It was just like you were literally being dropped into this world, this environment, without any context. I mean, I was too young to read then. I could read a little bit, but I generally needed adult supervision. So I didn't read the instruction manual. I would have my parents read it to me after the fact. So I didn't know the story. I didn't know anything. But I remember just being so taken with that first level. You had palm trees. You had the ability to pick up things, including enemies. There was a waterfall with logs, like, flowing down it that you could jump on. It was so far ahead of what I thought video games were already at and what I thought they could be.
And that's like you said, as soon as you saw the box, you already thought of it as being like this massive leap forward. And the thing is, you weren't wrong. Like it was not a case of false advertising, because like we said earlier, the industry moved forward and so quickly anyway. Like, Super Mario Brothers 1 was really meant to be the ultimate base level NES game, and after that Nintendo got into using mapper chips, and game development really started evolving and being pushed forward. And so what you were experiencing there was basically the equivalent of like getting Super Mario 64 one week and then the next week getting Banjo-Kazooie.
Right.
In terms of the chronological distance between them.
Yeah, and I had no idea that Super Mario Brothers was as old as it was by that point. So to have like the sequel already out, I was like, wow, they're just churning them out. But
and this was this still in 1988?
Yeah, this would have been right when it came out, Josh.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, you guys got extremely lucky to get it, because I've heard like there were like major chip shortages like centered around that game specifically. Yeah. Like, it came out, it sold out, and then you basically couldn't find it again until 1989.
So what happened was, I think, because my mom was so friendly with the video rental place, like they had like a couple copies, maybe just one. I don't know. But
Right.
they basically had it like, they weren't just letting anybody rent it, and they let my mom rent it. So I was extremely fortunate. I didn't realize that at the time. I didn't know what a chip was,
Sure.
let alone a shortage of them. But yeah, I like eventually had my dad read me the instruction manual, and like I learned that the setting of the game was this place called Subcon, which I didn't realize was a play on subconscious. I didn't know any of that. But
I don't think I realized that. I don't think I realized that until I was in my 30s.
well, it's a Diddy's Conquest sort of thing, right? Especially when
It is, yeah.
you take something from your childhood or from something before your childhood at face value, and you don't revisit thoughts about it for the longest time. And then you go back to it and you're like, I can't believe I missed that. I was such a dunce.
But you were, because you were 4.
Because I was 4. So it was a vaguely Middle Eastern inspired world with tropical plains and deserts, mystical cloud realms. It was the very first time I had actually been taken by a video game setting. Like, obviously the original Super Mario Brothers I thought was just the most impressive thing for like a week, right? But I can't say that the Mushroom Kingdom ever really pulled me in like Subcon did. Because Subcon...
And that makes sense. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the Mushroom Kingdom and Super Mario Brothers just needed to be like a place. It needed to be able to represent a place, and compared to Atari games, that was more than enough. That was impressive by the standards of the time.
And
so
I don't think I would have like thought about it had Super Mario Brothers 2 not freshly come out, and I had that dichotomy, that comparison, where I could then immediately look back at Super Mario Brothers, this game that I was all about for a week. And of course, I wasn't consciously thinking this. I wasn't making all these mental notes. Well, clearly I like the more naturalistic setting of Super Mario Brothers 2 because that just fits my whole personality. But no,
you were one of those 4-year-olds that Facebook moms like to brag about.
Well, I did have vivid
speak in big philosophical quotes.
To be fair, I did have vivid dreams when I was that age of being an old man in the 1970s. So maybe I was precocious because I remembered my past life. I have 2 adult daughters and I had a single level like family like bungalow, and I had a kitchen with a bar. Just vivid dreams of this other life when I was this age, and then I just stopped about the time I
had a dream where my cousin and I went into a house and we took off our noses and we slid them down slides. So I don't know what my past life was about.
Yeah. You were the victim of a serial killer, the same kind of serial killer who would send threatening notes to Nintendo of America.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So yeah.
Future investigators right here.
Right. They're gonna make a killing off the true crime documentary about DK Vine and the Geek Critique. So yeah, the Mushroom Kingdom, at least how it was depicted in the early years of the Super Mario franchise, did feel a bit cold to me, but I couldn't articulate it back then. My tastes were already firming up even at that very young preschool age. Like, I didn't realize it at the time, but I've always suffered from bipolar too. Like, I look back at my existence and I'm like, oh wow, yeah. Like, I have been struggling with depression since before I even started school. But you don't know that when you're that old, when you have no idea of what it is, and let alone, your parents don't want to talk about it. So my brain would tend to react strongly to things that brought me feelings of warmth, of happiness. And it would be vibrant, naturalistic worlds that I could kind of escape to. Super Mario Bros. 2 did that in a way that I feel Super Mario Bros. 1 did not. Because, yeah, I mean, that's no slight towards Super Mario Bros. 1. Like you said, they made this huge technical advancement with it, and all that really mattered was it looked better than Atari, and played better than Atari, and scrolled.
Again, it is kind of the difference for people who grew up with the N64 like I did. It is kind of the difference between Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. Like, all Mario 64 had to do was present a 3D world and make that work. And that was mind-boggling at the time. But by the 2 years later, when Banjo-Kazooie comes along, like, now we can flesh that out more. Now we can make it more cohesive. Now we can make it more believable.
And you just get assholes like me just complaining then about Super Mario 64. They didn't finish the back of the castle. I wanted to explore the back of the castle roof. There was nothing there. So unrealistic. Meanwhile, there are no invisible boundaries in Banjo-Kazooie other than Treasure Trove Cove, and that could just be ocean currents. It makes complete sense.
This is, Hyle is putting on an affectation of a voice, but this was what DK Vine was like in the year 2000. I remember this well.
This is what we sounded like. Yeah, this is the voice everybody heard in their heads when they would read our bitter ramblings about how superior Donkey Kong 64 was to your favorite game. Hate-filled internet critics.
And I mean, I disagreed about Super Mario 64, but, like, you guys were cool teenagers, and so, like, I was like, well, I probably just don't know what I'm talking about.
Other cool teenagers smoked. We just talked bad things about popular games that everyone else really liked because we felt threatened by their mere existence. Oh, somebody might like this thing more than the thing we like? Oh, we can't have that. No.
Oh, you're looking forward to Perfect Dark? Huh, fake fan.
Hey, we took RareNet down, though. We sure showed them what's what.
Yeah. People don't even know who RareNet is anymore. I think that says it all.
Oh. Some people remember RareNet. Just pour one out for RareNet. R.I.P. So, Super Mario Bros. 2, and this is where we get into what I talked about earlier, about when I got into Nintendo, when I got into Mario, being such a niche time period. It was a 2-year span, less than a 2-year span, and if you got into Mario a little bit before this, or a little bit after this story would probably not apply to you, unless you lived in the world of hand-me-downs, or you had older siblings or family members that you would then just bounce off of. But Super Mario Bros. 2 was released in the West concurrently with Japan getting Super Mario Bros. 3. We did not know, or at least I did not know about Super Mario Bros. 3, the existence of this other completely new Mario game in Japan. The delay in bringing Super Mario Bros. 3 to the West. It came out in the Americas in February 1990, and then the rest of the world later that year. Maybe even after that, I forget. But it meant that a lot of the nascent Mario media we got over here. Like when Mario Madness, Mario Mania was really starting to cross over into merchandise, into licensed programming. Up until, I would say, the Super Mario Brothers live action film, completely just demolished the future of that for a good solid
30 years.
30 years. I was going to say,
right.
Oh my God, 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, that can't be right, but it is. Yeah. It really was this slow build because Super Mario Brothers came out, the NES came out, and then Super Mario Brothers 2 was what really kicked it off because you would get the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, you would get the tie-in merchandise like coloring books and what have you. There would be comics, although I didn't read those. And because Super Mario Bros. 2 was the newest, biggest, most popular recent addition to the franchise, all this stuff was this hybridization of the first Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Bros. 2. They were presented like 50-50 equals, with maybe even a little bit of it leaning towards Super Mario Bros. 2. So, elements of SMB2, for sure, because I'm getting tired of saying Super Mario Bros. 2. And I realize, everybody likes to just use the initials of this stuff. Elements of SMB2, you know what, it's just easier to say Super Mario Bros. 2, sorry. Elements of it were ingrained into anyone who was young and impressionable enough to be getting into Mario at that same time. So to me, the world of Subcon and the enemies that comprised it, like the 8-bits, that was the enemy faction of the game, the 8-bits. That was what they were called.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. That's cool.
It's in the instruction manual. It's not really talked about after that, it's just, yeah, they were the 8-bits, the gang under Wart, the main villain of the game. But they were not just a core component of Mario's world. They were my personal favorite part of Mario's world, which again, when I got into Mario, like all the coloring books, the cartoon, it all told me this stuff was just as important as the Koopas, as the Goombas. Right. And yeah, like I thought there were neat concepts in the Koopa Troop, the enemies from Super Mario Brothers, but they were comprised of turtles, Venus flytraps, beetles, squid, flying fish, bullets. I thought they were cool, but I thought the baddies of Super Mario Bros. 2 were next level hot shit. There was just something about them that really captured my imagination. Some of them were vaguely creepy. You like creepy in a safe kid's way. Right? Not in a way that would legitimately terrify you, but that would give you a little bit of the safe G-rated heebie-jeebies. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. This stuff that would like kind of excite you and get that adrenaline going, even if you would immediately...
For the most part, it wouldn't legitimately scare you, and then there was that mask.
Phanto. Yes. Phanto, yeah. Phanto, the mask that would chase you whenever you would pick up a key to enter a locked door. And then it would become this, like, you throw the key to get it off you, and you're like, ah! And genius game design. But
yeah, I figured out that what you could do, and I'm sure, like, everybody knew this, but but not a lot of people were talking about Mario 2 on this level by the time I got into it. What I figured out you could do was you pick up the key, you go, like, back to the overworld, you throw the key down, and then you just wait. And what I figured out was that Phanto seems to be programmed to, like, keep moving further away from you the longer you sit there and wait on him.
Uh-huh.
And so then, once you pick the key back up, now you'd have a pretty good window where he wouldn't be chasing you down. Because, yeah, I could, if I just tried to do it, without doing that in those days, he would just destroy me. I needed to take my time.
So here's another pro tip that I learned about Phanto, and this might only be applicable in the Super Mario All-Stars version of Super Mario Bros. 2, because I just learned it, playing it with my 40-year-old ass the other week, earlier this month. So in the areas where you've got the sand that you dig down into, and then you might get a key, and then you have to bring that key up the sand, like jump up while Phanto is just coming at you. You can actually throw the key, dig yourself underneath it, and just jump. And it's a little bit sticky, but you can eventually, like, your character will start, like, straining under the key, trying to jump. Eventually, you will bounce the key upwards, and you can keep doing that, and Fanta will never come after you.
Nice.
Yeah, I was proud of that one.
Yeah, I was playing the game. I'm not great at Super Mario Brothers 2, but I was playing it before we got on this episode, and I did not make it that far, but whenever I do, I'll have to remember that.
In the live stream, Snake Fighter 64 says manuals aren't canon. Yes, they are. They're the most important.
Manuals are the most canon thing.
They are the Bible of the game. They inform so much of my young imagination. I do agree that anything that's not stated in game or is contradicting the manual in game, like that takes precedent. But anything that's not contradicted in the manual should be considered canon, in my opinion. So, yeah, Fanto, but Shy Guys, Josh. Shy Guys.
Mm-hmm.
Shy Guys have kind of been sanitized a little bit. Like, that's not the right word, but there's something about Shy Guys in this game compared to how Shy Guys and a lot of the returning baddies over the years have just been redesigned and tweaked with. And Shy Guys have been redesigned the least. Shy Guys and Birdo. But I don't know. There's something about Shy Guys. They've lost a little bit of something. They were kind of mysterious and a little bit intriguing here. Like, why are they so shy? What are they hiding?
And I think it also helps the limitations of their sprite art in the NES version especially.
Yeah.
Just makes them, like, there can't be any ambiguity about them, and that paradoxically sort of creates more ambiguity.
Yeah. So just all the masked baddies. Tweeter's another masked baddie. He's got the Plague Doctor mask, like ahead of its time, before that really took off. Before that became like the Halloween costume or tattoo everyone is getting in 2020, or before Shovel Knight even, like Tweeter was wearing that plague mask, and just like, these are really fascinating to me. I love a good enemy faction in video games, especially when they have some sort of uniformity, when they have this shared thing. And just the fact that it was all about masks and deception and dreams, of course, because this game takes place in a dream world. Like, the whole narrative is that Mario has this dream about Subcon, a land of dreams that's under assault by this, I guess he's like this mischievous frog man named Wart. And Wart is using the dream machine to create bad dreams to take over the land of Subcon, and that's what the 8-bits are. A lot of just bad dreams come to life. So I realize, like, it plays into all of that, and of course what the game originally was, which we will get into, but not knowing any of that at the time, it was just, it was the first time I really sat back and started theorizing, and like having notions and hypotheses about a game's world. I was thinking about the game beyond just playing the game, Josh, which was a fundamental building block of what really drew me in later on to Rare's own library and Donkey Kong.
Yeah, like, I didn't really think about it, like, before we got on here, but playing Mario 2, listening to you talk about it, and just really trying to, like, pull myself out of what I know about the game and picture it from, like, the perspective that you would have had, like, when it was this brand new thing. Like, it makes absolute perfect sense that this is your favorite Mario game. Like, if I had sat down and thought about it, I would have been able to tell you that.
And it's not just the masked wearing weirdos and creeps. You've also
No,
got,
that's not...
you've also got, it's not just because I'm into S&M kinky roleplay. It's not just because I belong to a sex club, eyes wide shut style.
No, Hyle, that's for the after show.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
With the live stream patrons. We'll save that for later.
So, you also had cool ass animals. serving as enemies in this game. I don't normally like, I'm not saying like I like beating up animals, but you had ostriches. You had Shy Guys riding in on ostriches called ostros. Cool as shit. You had porcupines. You had snakes jumping out of jars. This is cool. I was playing it earlier this month, and I was giddy re-encountering some of these baddies. Like, the first time I thought about them in years.
Right.
And I still knew their names. I saw the fish jumping out of the water, and I went, Trouter! I hadn't thought about Trouter since the early 90s. And I was so, like, just taken awash with nostalgia. Flurries! The little abominable snow creatures in World 4 who just, like, skate back and forth at you. They're so cool! Why haven't they used flurries since Super Mario Bros. 2? Albatos! The bird of prey that drops bombs on you.
Yeah, and like the thing is, you know, we'll get into why this stuff is the way it is, but it is at least fortunate that some of the elements of this game did manage to like become mainstays in the Mario series, because, you know, I remember there was a time there where that didn't seem like it was going to be the case. I remember magazines making a big deal out of Birdo being in Super Mario RPG because, like, there was genuine concern and sort of an understanding and almost an acceptance, I think, that, you know, that stuff wasn't really canon to quote unquote real Mario. So we might just never see that again.
Which, that opinion really started firming up right around the time I got into Donkey Kong Country. And I'm not saying I was pushed out of Mario, but you have to keep in mind that when I got into Mario, these were like equal partners with the Koopa Troop. These were just as important as your Koopa Troopas, your Paratroopas, your Lakitus, your Goombas, your Buzzy Beetles, your Piranha Plants. Like, who needs Piranha Plants when you have Pantsar? When you have, like, Shy Guys riding on mounted cannons. Who needs them? I didn't. You had Cobrats jumping out of jars. I don't need a Piranha Plant. So, those are just the rank and file. But the bosses of Super Mario Bros. 2 are still, I think, my favorite villains in the Mario series. Bar none, I love this little rogues gallery of characters teaming up with Wart. I think they are some of the most fun and just engaging characters you fought in a Mario game. To this day. I'm including the 3D games in that too.
They're so unusual, they're so unique, there's nothing generic about them, and I'm sure it helps that, like, by and large, aside from Birdo, they haven't. I'm not sure, like, have any of the bosses appeared in any other Mario game? I know Wart made a few cameos, most famously in Link's Awakening, but I'm not sure if, like, Mauser has ever been in anything else.
They introduced a new enemy class, and I think the Yoshi's Island games, called Mauser, but they look nothing like this dude.
I see, yeah. Yeah, I think I know what enemies you're talking about. Freezer points out in the live chat that a lot of the rank and file enemies did become mainstays in the Yoshi's Island series. And
yes.
Mostly, like, as a kid, I probably associated Shy Guys with Yoshi more than I did with, like, mainline Mario.
So, they did, but not enough of them have come back.
Yeah.
And
it really, I can mostly just point to Shy Guys.
Yes. Shy Guys have become sort of the most prolific of the bunch, thanks to the Yoshi games and Then they, of course, worked their way into like the sports games as well, like and Mario Karts and what have you. But I want to talk a little bit about Mouser. So
yeah, let's do it.
Mouser actually just came up on Blue Sky the other week, like, but twixt me playing Super Mario Brothers 2 and me like starting to break down this episode, our mutual follower Keith Stack, artist, made a Blue Sky post about Mouser, just out of nowhere, and I said, for those who don't know, Mouser is the shades-wearing mouse mad bomber of Super Mario Brothers 2. Just loves blowing shit up with bombs, but he's got cool shades on because it's the late 80s, and he wears his sunglasses at night. So I replied to Keith, and I was like, hey, Mouser, when I got into Mario, Mouser in the supplementary media, things like coloring books, things like the cartoon, Mouser was treated as like a top lieutenant in the cartoon of King Koopa, because they just completely ignored Wart and just had King Koopa as just the only main villain of Mario's world, and he just like ruled both factions. They were just all part of his army. But Mouser was portrayed as just like one of the most important Mario villains, like I would say on par with what Wario is today, just in how prolific he was, not in game appearances, but just when you put Mario stuff out there. How many times you see Wario included nowadays is how many times you see Mouser included in the late 80s, early 90s. And it created this perception that, yeah, Mouser is a big deal. It's a vitally important Nintendo character. Where's Mouser in Smash Brothers?
Right.
And it didn't dawn on me until several years later that, oh no, Mouser's not important. He was just prominently featured because he was one of the only Mario characters in existence at that point when they started licensing.
And to your point, by the time I got into Nintendo in like the mid '90s, I would not have recognized Mouser.
Yeah. And, great pun name too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you've got Birdo. And Birdo was she was like the, rank and file boss. She was there in almost every level that wasn't an end of world level in the world. And she would be spitting eggs or spitting fire at you, and you would have to defeat her to open the bird mouth, the hawk mouth, the mask gate, goes by several names, at the end of every level. Talk about creepy things, like vaguely creepy things. That mask, the bird mask that you have to crawl through the mouth of to exit a level.
It's so weird and it's so memorable, and like that sound effect that it makes when it opens up, like yeah, there's nothing else like it within like I'll get into this a little bit in a little while, but like my experience with Mario 2, whereas you're experiencing it as the sequel to Mario 1, as what it was presented to us as in Western territories. To me, somebody who got basically all four major Mario games that had been released to that point at the same time on the same day, that being Christmas 1994, like Mario 2 really stood out as the one that was not remotely like any of the others.
Yeah.
Not just in terms of gameplay, but in terms of character designs, like the setting, the fact that you had four different playable characters that all played completely differently from each other.
Yeah. And I'll talk a little bit about that element of it and why that is so vitally important to who I am in a little bit. But yeah, Birdo, by the way, of course, Birdo came back, as you said, in Super Mario RPG, and then she was kind of integrated further in the Mario cast as sort of Yoshi's love interest, starting with Mario Tennis in the year 2000. But also...
Oh yeah, that predated Double Dash. I always forget that.
Also, the first canonically trans Mario character as well. I believe Nintendo character. Although, like,
maybe the first canonically trans video game character. I can't think of one before.
No, but there was less than savory language used about it in the manual, which but I think, yeah, like as society has progressed, it's definitely something to be embraced. Because I think, like, even though they weren't trying to be ahead of their time or anything, it's still there. So, let it be. But yeah, I love Birdo. I love her design. I love just, and like, this is before Yoshi, right? Like, and I just love that Camelot thought, well, what if we pair Birdo with Yoshi? Why not? Yes, make it work. This is what I want you to do with the Super Mario Brothers 2 cast. Anyway, love all the
Bowser for Smash Brothers.
I love all the Birdos, and they come in different shades, like there's pink is like the main pink one, but then you've also got the green Birdos, the fire spitting Birdos. Love a Birdo.
I do appreciate how the bosses in this game sort of evolve throughout it, because like they reuse and they recolor the bosses, but they'll trick you and they get more difficult. Like I remember the first time I made it to one of those different colored Birdos, and it's like you have this sense of confidence about it. You're like, okay, yeah, I've done this before. I know how to handle this. And then she starts shooting fireballs at you, and you're like, yeah. Oh god.
And then there's the Birdo where you actually have to ride the egg across the chasm.
Yeah, I think that's the level that I got to when I was playing it before this episode.
Oh yeah.
I think that's as far as I got.
That's one of those where you are presented with something that isn't immediately obvious, and then once you figure it out, you think it's the coolest thing you've ever seen in a game at that point in time. Try Clyde. I'm talking about all the bosses, Josh, because this is probably my only chance on the conversation to talk about the Super Mario Brothers 2 bosses. Try Clyde is a damn Hydra. It's like a 3-headed snake. And like, there's something in the instruction manual about how Wart specifically wanted to recruit Try Clyde because he's like 3 times as smart and cunning because he's got 3 brains. I just thought that was just weird and amazing. And my personal favorite is Fry Guy. Fry Guy is just a dude made of fire. And his origin story is Wart made a dude out of fire with the Dream Machine.
He has an awesome design.
Yeah. And it's also a little bit of the King Zing fight, a little precursor to that, the King Zing fight in Donkey Kong Country 2, where you defeat him and then he turns into a bunch of little versions of himself. And then you have to extinguish those flames. Just wonderful, creative for the time game design. My least favorite, but I love his design, is the only original character in Super Mario Bros. 2 who was not in Doki Doki Panic, Claw Grip. Big crab who throws rocks at you. I think he's cool. He's just my least favorite of the bunch.
Let's see, I'm looking at the show notes here. Claw Grip. Yeah, I see him. Yeah, I made it to Fry Guy when I was playing earlier. I don't remember seeing Claw Grip.
Yeah, Claw Grip's later on in the game, but the thing about all of these and Wart, Wart is probably the least memorable of the bunch, and he's another big green baddie wearing a crown. And so, yeah, between Bowser, K. Rool, I realize K. Rool came later, and Wart, I realize why Wart hasn't really stuck around or shown up in anything since then, but would a Mario Kart appearance have really hurt anything?
Yeah, it is strange how, other than Birdo, just none of these, like, none of not even a Wart showing up again. And like you said, it makes sense because he'd be kind of redundant next to Bowser. I guess. Not that stopped them from putting all the Koopa kids in Mario Kart 8.
Right.
It is kind of weird how of all the elements that have continuously that have become mainstays in the Mario series or the Yoshi series, like none of these guys have.
Yeah. And I think they're so fun. And the thing I love about them is out of the original Super Mario Brothers trilogy, not including the Lost Levels here. I'm just talking about the trilogy as we understood it in the West.
Right.
If we weren't plugged in to what was happening in Japan. These were like all original boss fights, and you had to deploy different strategies for fighting them. Even Birdo would be a different encounter depending where you encountered her in the game. And when you compare that to, you're just fighting an endless parade of fake Bowsers, and then they'll eventually throw hammers at you. Watch out. Gotta get that axe. Or, it's just a bunch of Koopa kids, and they got a wand, and they're gonna do a funny jump at you. Maybe they'll throw something at you, but watch out.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Koopa kids did at least do different things. Sometimes, I guess it depends on the game. I know there have been complaints. I haven't really gotten all that far in it, but I know one of the few things that people have complained about with Mario Wonder is that you fight Bowser Jr. in these very samey boss encounters over and over again that don't really change or evolve much. But yeah, when it comes to Mario 2, I know what you mean. Like, the same, like, not even counting the recolors of the bosses that have different behaviors and different attacks, just the layout of the room that you encounter the boss in can, like, radically inform how it attacks you and like the strategies that you have to employ to overcome it.
Yeah. And just having a colorful end of world baddie who you quickly have to figure out, how do I defeat this? Very similar in my mind to the boss battles of Country 2, Country 3, and specifically Retro's Donkey Kong Country games. Obviously, they're a little bit more involved because they came out on later hardware, or much later hardware in the case of Returns and Tropical Freeze, but it does feel like just the earliest, like, little bit of that in a 2D platformer where it's not just going to be the same thing with ratcheting up the difficulty. There's going to be a different strategy for each one. And yes, it's ultimately, I got to throw something back at them, but, depending on whether they will produce that, what effects it will have, how it'll engage with the room you're in, it's all different, and I really appreciate that. And I think they're all just really fun designs and really fun concepts, just like all of the enemies in this game, even down to the damn sparks that rotate around blocks in some of the fortresses. I even love them.
Those guys, especially in the NES version, those guys have like a very, very distinct appearance.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at the what I assume is the art from the manual here in the show notes, and like, that's cool, but the sprite art in that case I think is even better. Right.
All the sprite art was great.
Big googly-eyed Bob-ombs.
The Bob-ombs of this game, because this is the game Bob-ombs debuted in, and they have a radically different design than the one we're all familiar with that really took hold in Super Mario Brothers 3. Mm-hmm. And yes, I'm biased, but I vastly prefer the Bob-ombs of this game, where they're just dudes with arms. Like, it's not just like they're little wind up whatever bombs with feet. No, they're just strolling. They're just strutting. They're just showing their stuff. They're so smug. They're like, I'm gonna blow up. It's so fun. It's so fun to have Bob-ombs with more agency than just the little guys of the later games. I realize Super Mario 64 did more with the concept, but yeah, give me this Bob-omb with the big old googly eyes. Maybe it's just the googly eyes.
I can't believe that you would prefer the design with googly eyes. Yeah.
Maybe that's the root of everything. It's like, I don't like Super Mario Brothers 2 because of the design, because of the atmosphere, because of the setting, because of the gameplay, because of the characters. It's just the googly eyes. All right, shut it down.
Well, and you can see the whites of Mario's eyes in his sprite art in Mario 2, whereas you cannot do that in Mario 1 or 3. So I mean, there you go.
Right?
That's it right there.
Yeah, you mastered the art of getting white in the eyes, and you couldn't carry that over into the next game.
What's Nintendo thinking? This company is doomed!
I think that I got further in Super Mario Bros. 2 than I initially did in Super Mario Brothers. Not when I first rented it, but we eventually got it. We eventually owned it. And I think it must have been way after the chip shortage. I don't know when I got it, but I think it might have been even like when we got to Virginia. It might have been Christmas 1989 that I got Super Mario Brothers 2. And that was right around the time I was really getting into the Super Show. And I had just started kindergarten, and Super Mario Brothers was my thing, right? And so I definitely had it around that time, and I got so good at this game. Not great, but compared to every other game, I got so good at this. I got further, even without using warp zones, than I ever did with Super Mario Brothers. Like, I don't think I sniffed the ending to Super Mario Brothers until probably 91, 92, where this game I beat. If I didn't beat it before Super Mario Brothers, I came a whole lot closer for the longest time because it was so engaging. I think 7-2, the final level, really kicked my ass for the longest time. And
it would. I don't play Mario 2 all that much, but I have beaten it before. I think I've only done it with warps, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, 7-2 would absolutely kick your ass as a kid. It kind of still does now, just as somebody who doesn't play it too much.
It's a labyrinth, and there's a lot of alternate pathways, and you basically have to figure out how to get through a locked door, and then there's the twist. The brilliant twist where the mask gate, the hawk mouth, comes to life and starts attacking you.
Yeah. Jeez.
The best.
That's one of those things where I go back and play it now and I struggle with it, and I'm retroactively impressed with myself 30 years ago for being able to deal with it. Like if I didn't know I'd beaten it back then, I wouldn't believe that I had. I could have.
It's probably one of the most effective jump scares I've ever seen in a game of this sort, right? Like outside of an actual survival horror game, because you don't expect it. Because again, especially of this era, games follow a pattern, and what this game does, it's really one of the most effective uses of knowing that, like by this point, gamers are just going to expect something and then to subvert their expectations. And sometimes that can go horribly wrong. Sometimes fans end up they end up not liking that. Like, you know, the Last Jedi, which I was like, I walked out of the theater and I was like, that was a good Star Wars. And then I went online. I was like, oh, apparently I'm wrong. But
and I walked out of the theater and I was like, you know, I think that might be the only Star Wars movie I've ever unironically enjoyed on its own merits. And then I got home and went online and I was like, oh, I guess that makes sense then.
Yeah. So that being said, like I thought, because again, this is this vaguely creepy bird mouth you're crawling through at the end of every level, and then all of a sudden, by the end of the game, you're over your fear of it because you know what to expect, and then you're proven right to be put off by it because it attacks you.
And I love that once you beat it, like no matter, like it freezes in midair wherever it happens to be, and like you still step through it, like into the empty space behind it and disappear. It's so thematically appropriate. I don't remember if Doki Doki Panic also had a dream. I think it did, because it had some sort of a Dream Factory element to it. I think it was also based on dreams, but either way,
it was.
It's so thematically appropriate with the whole dream theming.
Yeah, because it is right out of a nightmare. Like, it looks like a sleep paralysis demon. It just... Oh, I love this game. Oh my God. Just talking about it is just stirring up like this firm, assured feeling that, yeah, I will go to the mat for Super Mario Brothers 2. I don't care. I'll fight people. I'll fight those video game journalists from 20 years ago. Punch them in the throat even. Nah, it's not that big of a deal.
And very typical of the effect that our respective content tends to have on each other. I've always been somebody, I was never like one of those people who was like, oh, it's not a real Mario game. Oh, it sucks. I remember in the 2000s in particular, the phrase that you heard over and over and over and over again was that it was the red-headed stepchild of the Mario series. It was to the 2D series a lot like what Sunshine was to the 3D series. Like, it's not that people hated it, but it was definitely the most controversial of them. That was never me, but that being said, the aspects of Mario that I think most appealed to me, again, as somebody who got 1, 2, Lost Levels 3, and World just all dumped on me on the same Christmas day, and had all of them to digest at once, and had no idea that Mario All-Stars was a compilation of older games. The aspects that most resonated with me were what I think the developers termed the athletic aspects. The idea that you would, like, there was this great sense of momentum. There, you hold down the run button, and like the elements in the level are arranged in such a way that you can, if you know what you're doing and you sharpen your skill enough and you just go for it, you can navigate through them very, very quickly. And that's the very same thing that most appealed to me about Donkey Kong Country, although, of course, by then I was a little older and I was also able to appreciate the characters in the world and especially the graphics. I had context for how awesome that was by then. But Mario 2 was of all of them was the one that most lacked that. And that's not because it was lacking, it just put its focus and put its game design into a different bucket, I guess.
It's interesting you bring up the running aspect of like Mario 3 and compared to Donkey Kong Country, because for me, like, that is an important part of Donkey Kong Country. Like, once you get really good at the game, you've got that kind of kinetic, just like, I'm going to just breeze through this level, hit all of my marks, just basically become one with the jungle. And for me, like, I'm looking at Super Mario Brothers 2 as like this game that really encouraged exploration and didn't punish you for taking a wrong turn, because you could always backtrack, because, you just
it's the only one of them without a timer.
Yeah. You could basically, and that's a very good point, Josh, you could savor what the game was presenting. You weren't under any artificial arcade era mindset of, gotta be quick. You're gonna do a bad job if you're not quick. And as somebody who's always preferred lapping up, soaking in a game world to the point where my streaming series on Twitch is DK Vine done slow, because that's the only way I can really appreciate a game. Of course, Super Mario Brothers 2 is going to be the one I gravitated to. And
yeah, whereas I remember being like like an obnoxious little 7-year-old. Like, my friends would play Donkey Kong Country, and of course they wouldn't hold down the run button, and I would get mad at them. It's like, you're not really playing the game right if you're not holding down the run button.
Oh, like, I still run in Donkey Kong Country, but I'm not necessarily trying to get to the end. I'm just...
Right.
Yeah. I'm that way in real life. I'm always pacing. I'm always moving. I'm like a little hummingbird, basically.
Yeah, I remember the last episode I was on. I think, I usually play video games while we're on the air.
I know, I can hear you right now, clickety-clacking the buttons.
I need to figure out a way to get to get that out of the recording, actually. But anyway, I can't remember exactly what I was playing, but after we were done, I was like, I actually beat Donkey Kong Country 2 twice while we were recording that, and you were just flabbergasted.
Right. Donkey Kong Country 2 is at least an 8-hour affair, and that's if you're going fast. That's if you're not reading
Yeah,
every
like-
swanky quiz question at least 3 times over.
Sure. Yeah, I remember when it came out on the Virtual Console on the 3DS, I made it a point, like, I am going to learn to beat this game in under an hour. I'm going to pull a Cranky Kong.
No, I remember like my original save file of Donkey Kong Country 2 on the cartridge must have been like close to 80 hours, if not more.
Jeez.
Yeah, it just...
The most I ever had, I remember I got like 102% for the first time, and then I just marveled on the file select screen that I was at 24 hours. I'm like, man, I spent an entire day playing this. And now, of course, there's tons of games I've spent way more time than that playing.
Yeah.
But as a kid, that was like, that was a big deal.
So, Super Mario Bros. 3, which you just brought up, it came out in early 1990. Yeah. 1990. And the tonal whiplash I experienced of that game coming out, and all of a sudden so much of Super Mario Bros. 2 being reverted. Like, the Mario series effectively taking a step back to that first Mario Brothers game, which I felt it had evolved away from. It was so confusing to me because I didn't know anything about the origins of Super Mario Brothers 2 as a dumb little American kid in the late 80s, early 90s, because it was just the sequel
like,
to
how
Super
would
Mario
you?
Brothers. Yeah, it was presented to me as Super Mario Brothers 2 from Nintendo. I did not know that it started life, and my Japanese pronunciations are terrible, so I apologize. Yume Kojo? Doki Doki Panic, which roughly translates to Dream Factory, Heart Pounding Panic, which is a 1987 NES game, well, actually Famicom Disk System game in Japan, developed in conjunction with the Fuji Television Network for what was their month-long Dream Factory event in the summer of 1987. And it was designed to, I think, show off their new, upcoming fall television season. And I wasn't there.
Yeah, it had mascots, the mascots of the station and of the brand in it. Like that was the starring role. I kind of want to, it's funny, like, I don't really remember a time when I didn't know that Mario 2 wasn't quote unquote Mario 2. Because as a kid, and I think this was even before we got the internet, or at least we never didn't have the internet when I was a kid, but it was before I knew what the internet was. Let's put it like that.
Right.
And I would, even then, I think very, very early on, a big part of what fascinated me about video games was learning about their history, learning about different kinds of games, learning about the context of things. And the only way to do that was through gaming magazines of the day. And also very, very common, what I called them at the time, tip books. Like actual bound books that would give you strategy guides, and many of them were unofficial. Nintendo had their official player's guides, but there were tons out there that were, that were totally unauthorized, and they would brag about that for whatever reason.
Because
a lot.
These are the secrets they don't want you to know, Josh.
And in some cases, that's true. Like, Nintendo did not want you to know that Super Mario Bros. 3 even existed in 1988, while at the same time they were making a big deal about it in Japan,
right?
And they could get away with that at the time.
They could, because the world back then was so isolated, depending on region, that unless you were a jet-setting, suave, debonair international traveler, you would have no idea.
But one of my favorite books that I read early on, I remember, for whatever reason, getting this book for my 7th birthday and just being really excited about it, because, like, I was an only child. I believe you were too, yeah?
Yeah, still am.
Yeah, still am. And so I would often be going places with my parents or with my family where I was the only kid around, and the adults would talk to each other, they'd hang out, they'd play card games and catch up, and I didn't have the interest or the ability to participate in those conversations,
Yep.
so I would get very bored if I didn't have something to entertain me. And so I would carry around this big, like, this big book bag full of, like, video game strategy guides and manuals and magazines, and, like, before I'd go anywhere, I would have to load it up just to, like, have entertainment.
So, yeah, I mean, really quick, like, this is basically my childhood, because the same way, like, we would visit family friends, relatives when I was a kid, and a lot of times, I would be the only child around. I thrived in this environment, Josh, because it meant I could retreat into my own imagination, into my own world. This is when I would have my best thoughts, my most creative thinking, when I could really immerse myself in whatever I was into at that time. And, once you got to the point in the 90s when Donkey Kong Country was out, and then that was my world, like, I would have maybe my Game Boy with Donkey Kong Land, I would have Nintendo Powers, about, like, with plenty of articles about what was coming next for Donkey Kong. I would have maybe some instruction manuals with me. That I was like, yes, my parents are playing Pinochle. I am going to go off into my own world and basically geek out. Because again, this was before I was on the internet. So it was just, if I wanted to do this, I had to just do it in my own brain.
Right. But yeah, one of my favorite books that I had, like, my favorite books were the ones that weren't just strategy guides, because frankly, a lot of them were kind, especially, I mean, the unauthorized ones anyway, you could tell were very hastily written.
Yeah.
But one of my favorites was actually about Donkey Kong Country, and maybe this is a bit of a side tangent, but I loved, like, it had your standard, like, level maps of each level, and, like, here's what you do here, here's what you do here, here's where the bonuses are. But before every single page, the author had this, like, title page where he would list the level name and write up a couple of paragraphs about his personal experiences playing it. And I think that sort of a personal approach to, like, game design and, like, thinking about games and sharing your experience with games was very much the nexus for what I've ended up doing with my life. But another one of my favorite books was called Super Mario World Secrets, and this was one of the very first ones I had. And in the front of the book, it had a Mario history section that would, this book was published in 1991. It was published when Super Mario World came out. So it had a rundown of what was then the relatively brief history, I guess 10-year history. That was an eternity in video games in those days. That taught me a lot about Mario. Basically things I never would have been able to figure out otherwise at the time.
Yeah, it's an eternity. Just look how they portrayed the original Donkey Kong in 1994 as an elderly man.
Exactly. I remember there was this advertisement in, like, Next Generation magazine, which was, like, had more of, like, an industry focus. And Rare actually put an advertisement in there and touted that they had, like, 14 years of experience in the industry, which at that time basically meant you had been there since, like, the primordial form of it.
Right.
But, anyway, the most interesting thing in this history section was about Mario 2. And, I'll just sort of skim over what it said here, and I didn't really understand what it was saying at the time, and also some of it was just misinformation, which was probably, I don't blame the author for this, but more just how difficult it would have been to figure this stuff out at the time. But it says, demand for a sequel to Super Mario Bros. Was universal, and Nintendo soon sued the masses with Super Mario Bros. 2. But as players discovered, the sequel was far different from Mario's first NES adventure. instead of just Mario and Luigi, there were 4 different characters. Mario, Luigi, Toadstool, and Princess. So I immediately knew even then that was wrong.
Yeah.
And each one had unique skills. But then it goes on to say, it turns out that Super Mario Bros. 2 wasn't really a Mario game at all. It was Dream Fantasy, a game released in Japan for the Famicom. Nintendo took the game, removed the original characters and plot, and put in Mario and the gang. There is a real Super Mario Bros. 2, but only in Japan, and it will almost certainly never be released here.
Oh, that aged
Why?
well.
Right? And what's hilarious about this is, like, I was reading this in, like, 1995, and unbeknownst to me, I already had it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I did not know that's what the Lost Levels was. But it says, because in Japan, Famicoms not only accept game packs, but computer discs as well.
Whoa!
These discs can hold more information than game packs, and many Famicom games are released on disc. The disc slot was removed from the Famicom when it was turned into the NES. Nebulously sort of right.
I mean,
but what it all means is that we'll never see the real Mario 2.
Oh. And then when did Super Mario All-Stars come out?
2 years after this book was published.
Yeah. So that's when I first learned about Doki Doki Panic and like the actual origins behind Super Mario Bros. 2 that I knew, and the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, which was being presented to the West as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. So like, and that was when, like, I think Nintendo of America kind of came forward and said, so here's the deal. But so it was kind of surprising to me, but I didn't really care. And I certainly never took the attitude that this tip book, this unofficial tip book of your youth took, where Super Mario Bros. 2 wasn't a real Mario game. Because what are you talking about? It's not a real Mario game. And I'll make my big grand declarative point about this a little bit later in the episode. But yeah, in 1988, like up until Super Mario All-Stars, I didn't know that Doki Doki Panic was the original basis for this game. I didn't know that Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Princess Toadstool, as we knew her back then, were just kind of pasted over the original characters of Imagine? I want to say Imagine, but I don't know if it's pronounced that way. Imogen?
Probably something pretty close to that.
Okay, we'll just go with that. Mama, Lena, and Papa. So.
Sure.
Yeah. Didn't know any of that.
It's sort of, this notion sort of hits me the same way as, like, you know, as a Sonic fan, you'll have people say, you know, like, the Freedom Fighters weren't real Sonic characters. Mobius wasn't really the setting of the games. And I'm like, it was as real as anything else. Like, it's all fiction, but, like, the way it was presented to us.
It's all made up anyway. As our own Jeff Onan says, Donkey Kong isn't real.
Right.
Not knowing any of this history, it didn't matter when I found it out. Because
right,
the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, it's basically, effectively, what we would now think of as a ROM hack of the first game. It's basically like, what if we just took the template of Super Mario Bros. And just made some bug fuck hard levels out of them.
I mean, even in Japan, it was presented like there's this little medal on the disc case that says for super players. That's always how it was presented, even there.
And you know, famously, Nintendo of America's product analyzer, Howard Phillips, played the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, and he's quoted as saying, "As I continued to play, I found that Super Mario Bros. 2 asked me again and again to take a leap of faith, and that each of those leaps resulted in my immediate death. This was not a fun game to play. It was punishment. Undeserved punishment. I put down my controller astonished that Mr. Miyamoto had chosen to design such a painful game. And as most people know, he recommended that Nintendo not release it in the West for fear that it would turn people off of Nintendo and kill the Mario brand dead overseas. So, Nintendo of America President Minoru Arakawa then commissioned Nintendo of Japan and Nintendo EAD to retool Doki Doki Panic into a Mario game for the West. And the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 would not surface officially until it was included in Super Mario All-Stars in 1993 as the lost
So then
level.
is that when you learned about it in Nintendo Power? Because you said, like, Nintendo was forthcoming about it by then?
Yeah, I learned about it either through Nintendo Power. Probably not Nintendo Power. It's probably one of the other magazines at the time. But there was this big rollout of it. Maybe it was even in the instruction manual of All-Stars, where they just explained what it was. I learned about it then. And, it wasn't a big deal to me, because I was like, okay, well, that's weird, but also I really love Super Mario Bros. 2, and cool, I get to try out this game now. I get to try out the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 now. It's win-win. That was my feeling at the time.
And I mean, it behooved them by that point to frame it that way, because they could say, you know, here's this Mario game that was never released over here before.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Josh. Earlier this month, you know, I was playing Super Mario All-Stars from beginning to end, just like I always wanted to do. I played through the entirety of the Lost levels for the very first time.
That's hardcore.
Never beat it. Never got close to beating it. Always gave up. Always lost interest. Didn't realize how demoralized I was from it at the time. But what astounded me playing through it just a few weeks ago, and I beat it completely, like 100%, beat even the bonus worlds in the game. Yeah, Howard Phillips was right. It's miserable. It's just not fun. It was really a lot of undeserved punishment, as he put it. So many leaps of faith, so many little tricks designed. I'm not even talking about the poison mushroom. Everybody talks about the poison mushroom that you encounter in 1-1 and it kills you. And people don't like the poison mushroom. I get that. But I'm talking just about level design. I'm talking about how you can wind up in a warp zone that takes you back to the very beginning of the game. Or
God, I know.
some other trick.
I think about this stuff and I get a little bit like masochistically giddy about it.
There are
like I remember getting to that warp zone and being like, "Fuck you!" But I kind of loved it at the same time.
And look, we all have our kinks. You know, I'm into some SNL. But the thing is, Josh, that there are good surprises in a game. And there are bad surprises in a game. Good surprises are when the bird mask, Hawkmouth, comes to life and attacks you. Because you got me, but, oh, you know what? Alright, that's cool. And then there's just, you have to start the game over again. And yeah, you know, Super Mario Brothers for super players, as you said, that was how it was marketed in Japan. And I feel like that concept could definitely work for the more seasoned Japanese audience at the time, especially because it was for the disc system. It wasn't just another cartridge.
Yeah, I think the context of the disc system, like, you know, people understand, okay, as the tip book said, the Famicom could read computer discs. But, like, there is more to it than that. Disc system games, even if you bought them, like, you know, right off the shelf, tended to be much, much, much cheaper because the manufacturing costs were much lower than cartridges.
Yeah.
which made something like this, which made, this basically hard mode, like, not just hard mode, more like masochist mode expansion pack version of Super Mario Brothers much more viable. But also there was the fact that in Japan, disk system game, like Nintendo sold rewritable discs that you could take to kiosks that would be in Japanese supermarkets and gas stations and the like. And they actually ran this program like as late as 2003. Like you could still go to these kiosks.
Right.
And you could put a disc in, and for the equivalent of about $5, you could write a game to it. And, of course, if you already had a game written to it, that would erase it. But it was sort of a more sophisticated version of the rental system we were talking about earlier. So, in those circumstances and in that environment, also where, like you said, in Japan, the NES made its mark in the US by marketing itself as a toy and marketing itself to kids.
Right.
The Famicom in Japan was much more of an everyone-oriented product.
Right.
So, like you said, you had a lot more seasoned gamers there.
That's also speaking to just the cultural divide. At the time, in the 1980s, in the United States and much of the West, there was this harsh divide between kid stuff and being an adult.
Yeah.
And you were socially frowned upon if you were into anything too much. If you were, a super geek, an otaku, you were basically shunned and made fun of. And that, of course, really did change over the next 20 years. But that was Nintendo's in the West, is this is a toy. And it was talked about contemporary news reports as a toy, not this sophisticated piece of hardware that's basically a computer for your TV. It's a toy for the kids. But that was how Nintendo made their mark. That was how they slid in under the weird socially conservative mindsets of the United States and the West in the mid 80s.
And at the time, for that matter, like, lingering anti-Japanese sentiment from World War II. Because, like, you gotta remember, in the 80s, like, people over 55 or so would have very vivid memories of that.
Yeah, there's a joke about it in Back to the Future.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Marty McFly was astounded that Doc Brown had prejudices against his video camera being made in Japan. It's like, Japan makes all the best stuff. He was right.
Oh, yeah. I need to watch those movies again. But yeah, anyway, the point is, the circumstances were just totally different. It, like, for more reasons than just Howard Phillips being, thinking it was too hard, which it was, it made no sense to release the quote-unquote real Super Mario Bros. 2 in the US. And we're probably going to get into this, like, that always got framed at a certain time as, like, Nintendo thought that Americans were too stupid to play the real Mario 2, so they passed this fake one off on us.
Yeah.
But, like, it was absolutely the correct thing to do for a wide variety of reasons.
Absolutely.
Like, even if it hadn't been as challenging as it was, the fact that it was so similar to the original game, like, they would have had to sell that as like a full price cartridge, and that wouldn't have been that wouldn't have made sense the same way it did on the disc system.
No, absolutely not. It was basically like the equivalent today of DLC levels. I said ROM hack. It does feel like just this perverted is probably the wrong word, but it feels like a perverted version of the original Super Mario Brothers. It
perverted in a masochistic sense.
Yes, yes. So, look, I don't want to undersell, though, the impact that Super Mario Brothers 3 had on me when it came out in the US in early 90, because that was also a big damn deal. It was an event. And I was very excited at first that they brought back things from the first Super Mario Brothers game, because I was like, oh, I didn't know they were gonna, like, bring back Koopas. I remember it was like, Goombas! Oh my god, I can't believe they brought back Goombas. And That's a legitimate reaction I had. I mean, that was how I felt, because even though I adored everything about Super Mario Brothers 2, like, it was like baby's first nostalgia. It was like, oh, they're bringing back stuff from the first game. Again, I didn't understand any of how it worked, but I thought it was cool. But as I was playing through Super Mario Brothers 3, which of course I rented numerous times before I owned it, I ran into this thing, and I've discussed this over the years on the Kongversation and other areas of DK Vine. I actually found Super Mario Bros. 3 demoralizing for reasons I could not articulate at the time. And yes, like, I did have fun with it initially, right? Because I loved the raccoon tail. I loved getting to be able to fly up into the upper parts of the level. The frog suit was a lot of fun for me. I realized that's like everybody's least favorite of the suits, but it was still cool because I got to be a frog effectively, you know?
It made the water levels bearable.
It did. It really did. That's what playing through it recently, because of course I got the Super Mario Brothers 3. I was like, okay, I'm going to try to see how long I can keep the frog suit, because I actually am having fun with the water levels. The hammer suit was just amazing, as in this offensive, like, tank you could turn Mario into. And the Tanuki suit.
Yeah, see, people who, like, I've noticed, like, people who had an NES from that early of an age always talk up the hammer suit, and it, like, I guess I didn't get to experience it in that context of, like, playing Super Mario Brothers first, having such trouble with the Hammer Brothers, and then years later getting to don that costume yourself, and like, I see why it was a big deal better than I did before, because I remember people would just talk it up and talk about how amazing it was, and I'd be like, I mean, it wasn't very good offensively. Like, it was kind of hard to aim those hammers.
Well, but the thing is, Josh, there was a Game Genie cheat where you could always have the hammer suit, and you could also combine that with another Game Genie code where you would always have P-Wing power, even if you don't have the P-Wing, and you don't have a suit that could utilize the P-Wing. So you could have Hammer Mario that could fly. It was amazing. You felt untouchable because you were. But anyway, yeah, like...
Game Genie was basically the only reason that I was able to beat anything before Donkey Kong Country 2.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country is the first game I did not want to taint with a Game Genie or Game Shark, because it was just like, no, that would be a crime. That would be a sin to besmirch.
See, I totally would have if I could have, but the game was brand new, and so I didn't... there were no cheats available.
Oh,
like,
okay.
They weren't in the books.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country is when I was like, no, the developers intended me to play it this way. I can't. I mustn't. So.
No, I've always been glad that I had that, like, experience with it, though, because, you know, like, overcoming that, it wouldn't have meant, I'm sure I'd still love it. I'm sure I'd have still gone back to it and beaten it legit when I got a little bit older, like I did with a lot of games that I grew up with. But, it would not have meant that to me.
Yeah.
If I'd been able to just cheat my way through it.
Now, Donkey Kong Country was definitely the game where I was like, all right, the training wheels have to come off. I have to stop using Game Genie for everything. Like, cause once I got a Game Genie, it was just like, I would try to play the game by itself. It would probably be too hard for me, so I would use Game Genie, you know? But, Donkey Kong Country is when I wean myself off the genies and the sharks and what have you. So, anyway, like, I did love a lot of aspects about Super Mario Bros. 3. I thought the canoe on the map screen in World 3 was maybe the most badass flex a game has ever pulled off at the time. It was the earliest example of, like, I have a great affinity for map screen innovation, Josh. And that would carry through Super Mario World, Donkey Kong Country 3, Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair is a recent example. I love good map screen concepts that just go beyond moving the character back and forth. And the canoe that you found in World 3, it's like, well, look at me, I'm in a canoe. I'm reaching these, like, secret islands. This is amazing. The Angry Sun, Whoa, the sun's coming after you. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
But as I played through Super Mario Bros. 3, I'd often find myself getting like just emotionally sad by the time I got to World 5, like just put off. And I never knew what it was. And I've recently had it proposed to me by others that it might have been my love of like naturalistic environments in games. Game worlds that celebrate the natural world, revel in it, really put you in it. And that might be the reason my brain is like unconsciously rejecting Super Mario Bros. 3, like an organ transplant receiver like rejects a kidney, because Super Mario Bros. 3, its whole art style, its whole aesthetic is that of a stage play. Like you're running off stage behind the curtains at the end of each level. The geometry of the levels are just comprised of these huge blocks. And you've got some areas like the desert and the grassland, but in just a lot of the like normal, regular stages, you've got these like weird stylized tiles as the ground, and nothing feels like you can place it in nature aside from an errant tree here or there or the clouds in the sky. It's just this imperceptible artifice that I must have been registering as a kid, especially coming off of my Super Mario Bros. 2 high. It really felt like a come down.
Well, I think it's also a little different because the NES could only do so much in terms of theming anyway.
Yeah.
Like, it could only do so much in terms of believability. But Mario 3 went for not just an artifice, but like an intentional artifice, like you said, that everything's being presented as a stage play, and like we're gonna build the theme around that. And I know even when it's much more complete and much more realized and much more cohesive than that, most notably what comes to mind is Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Like, that still really puts you off.
Yeah. It's honestly my biggest complaint about Nuts and Bolts is the presentation. I don't really have an issue with Nuts and Bolts, at least at this stage of my life. But my favorite areas of Nuts and Bolts are Spiral Mountain and Showdown Town. The actual worlds, I'm like, this isn't what I like about Rare. This isn't what I like about Banjo-Kazooie. This is all just like you're putting the characters and knowingly like turning them into actors in these contrived scenarios that don't actually apply to the real characters. And again, we're talking about fictional characters anyway, but this is just a put on in a fictional video game. So I can't even buy into what's happening. And it just pulls me out of it. And yeah, like Super Mario Bros. 3 might be the earliest example of me encountering this, but I wasn't like old enough or wise enough to pick up on that Miyamoto was going for this art style, that they were basically like maximizing the game's potential by going for this stylized aesthetic. It's really smart.
And I think that might be the thing. It's like, it's one of the few, like, basically sort of embracing the aesthetic of what the NES could do and building your theme around that. Like you said, it might be that they were trying to use like the limitations of the NES to their advantage to actually have a recognizable theme with the game.
Yeah. And again, I applaud them for what they were able to pull off. It's a brilliant game, and I see why it gets all of the accolades and kudos and praise it does. But I was a Super Mario Bros. 2 kid.
Right.
And all of a sudden, I'm learning that I was wrong. Like, the Mario they sold me was a front. That doesn't really exist. Now, we're going back to real Mario now.
Right. And in this tip book that I read when I was a kid, this is 91. This is before the World Wide Web. This sentiment already existed because right after the Mario 2 section, it says, Super Mario Bros. 3 was a welcome return to the Mario we know and love. The bricks were back. The jumping was back. The jumping didn't go anywhere.
No, the jumping
and the game was huge.
Yeah.
So yeah, like they're already like even in 91, like it's already being hyped up as like, okay, well, whatever that Mario 2 shit was, that was interesting. That was fine enough, I guess. Wasn't really the real Mario, but now Mario's back.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like I didn't really absorb a lot of this at the time because I was just like, okay, well, I don't know why Super Mario Brothers 3 is making me feel things. I also didn't know I was bipolar, so,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
time passed, and I eventually got a Super Nintendo for my birthday one year with Super Mario World. And that was a more rewarding experience for me. I would say Super Mario World is my second favorite 2D Mario platformer. Taking place in the vaguely prehistoric dinosaur land certainly helped. Like, it was still, like, obviously it was on the Super Nintendo, so it was more lush in general,
right.
but, it just, like, I liked the world a little bit more, and I liked everything it did a little bit more than Super Mario Brothers 3. But honestly, like, after Super Mario World, after I beat it, I really stopped caring about Mario as much as I once did. And again, I didn't really know the story behind Doki Doki Panic and Super Mario Bros. 2 until All-Stars came out in 93. It just felt like the Mario that I was really introduced to that first week I had an NES. It was an aberration, a blip in the continuity, something that gave me a false impression of what the series was. And maybe that meant the series wasn't for me, which meant I was adrift for the first time in my gaming life. I attempted to fill that hole with things like Street Fighter 2 Turbo Edition, Josh, because there were colorful characters and you visited like locations around the world. I was like, I'm in Brazil. This is pretty cool. I'm chewing off a guy's face. This is Blanca. Look at these culturally insensitive depictions. This guy does yoga and he can stretch. But like, it never really did it for me. Like, I was like, oh, Booger Man. Maybe Booger Man will be my franchise, my home.
Booger Man, wow.
Yeah, Booger Man.
I think you're the only person to ever wonder that maybe Booger Man, in an alternate timeline, like, we could be, you could have been spending the past 25 years running a Booger Man fan site.
Yeah, the snottytissue.com.
You talk about franchise droughts, though.
Yeah, well, I Booger Man was in Clay Fighter 63 and 1/3, and
yeah,
like implied a shared universe with that and Earthworm Jim, but yeah, the whole,
yeah, you could get something out of that.
Yeah, I toyed with this, but eventually I was just like, it's a little too juvenile for me. Like, if it had a raging poop monster, maybe I could get on board with this, but snot.
I only play adult games with raging poop monsters.
So when Donkey Kong Country came out, it was only natural, I think, with everything I've said leading up to this, that I would fall in love with it. And I want to talk, Josh, right now. The whole justification for this episode. Donkey Kong Country's parallels with Super Mario Brothers 2. Because I feel they're sort of spiritually connected in a lot of ways that I didn't really fully recognize until I was playing it, Super Mario Brothers 2, a few weeks ago. And I saw a lot of the early DNA of stuff that would really make Donkey Kong Country my favorite series of all time. And it was just like, oh, I never made this connection. I never put it together that, yeah, like, I've been open that Super Mario Brothers 2 was my favorite Mario game, but I never really saw beyond just, oh, it's got palm trees and, it's kind of tropical in places. Maybe that's the reason. So let's just go through some of this right now. And like, we could potentially go even deeper than my show notes here, but I think this is a pretty good overview. Feel free at home to analyze this further than we're going to. So, Donkey Kong Land and then Donkey Kong Country 2 would both introduce the vertical style scrolling stages that Super Mario Bros. 2 popularized. Like Super Mario Bros. 2, that was what the Kensuke Tanabe set out to do when he was first making Doki Doki Panic. Was, what if instead of a scrolling game, we have a game where you traverse vertically, going up? And eventually, like, they had to marry that with some traditional side scrolling. But yeah, like, starting with Donkey Kong Land, I guess Donkey Kong Country had Slip Slide Ride and some other vaguely vertical stages, but I feel like it was Land and Country 2 that really, like, started making that a core feature of Donkey Kong Country. Is, you know, we're going in all directions now.
Yeah,
and,
the rigging stages.
Yes, the rigging stages, the mine shaft stages. Now, granted, Lost Levels had wind, and Donkey Kong Country 2 had wind.
True.
So, yeah, point in the Lost Levels column. Donkey Kong Country 2...
And wind in both games was very, very frustrating to deal with until you figure it out.
Right, especially in Animal Antics. Just,
oh, God.
The biggest reason it took me 80 hours to beat it. Donkey Kong Country 2 would also grant you the ability to throw certain enemies at other baddies, which of course is the other big gameplay draw of Super Mario Bros. 2, like picking things up, tossing them. And like Donkey Kong Country had barrels, of course, but Donkey Kong Country 2 introduced various different enemies like click-clacks, like clobbers, which again are just another form of barrels, but really started playing a little bit with that Mario 2 formula of offensive gameplay. And the coolest feature of Super Mario Bros. 2 back in the day, back in 1988, back in, you know, the early 90s. And honestly, one of the coolest draws of it to this day, compared to other Mario games, or most other Mario games, was that Mario was not really the star of Super Mario Bros. 2. Sure, his name was in the marquee. Sure, he was one of the playable characters. But he was just the quarter lead. He was just one of 4. He had as much agency in the game as Luigi, as Toad, and as Princess Toadstool, aka Peach. They were equals, and you got to pick each level who you wanted to go out as, who you wanted to represent you. And just the ability to play as the princess, the girl. Like, it was kind of like a radical leap in my thinking as a boy, you know, as somebody who was like taught all these very gendered stereotypes at an early age, both knowingly and just unconsciously through our society. It's like, oh, I have to go for the boy things. I have to go into the boy aisle in the toy store. I shan't look at the pink stuff over there. You know, that would mean that no, you can't do that.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Like there was this, like, it's funny to look back on it now, but there really was this pressure about it. Like, I would watch like TV commercials and see like My Size Barbie, for instance, and I'd be like, man, it'd be cool to have a toy that big. Yeah. But then it's like, you could never admit that. You could never say that.
I wanted an easy bake oven because you can have an oven. You can do that. You can make tasty little treats. But no, it was a girl toy, so I never wanted to ask for it.
I remember, like, you know, we'd go to the store and, like, you know, I was old enough to, like, where my parents would, like, let me kind of hang out in the toy and video game section by myself while they went shopping. And, like, you'd stand there at the edge of the pink aisle, and you'd be like, man, I'd really like to just walk down and like, just look at this stuff.
Right, it was like the forbidden
fruit. But what
fruit.
will people think?
Right,
What will people think if they see?
And there was
and they wouldn't have given a shit, but like, that's the kind of pressure there was.
Yeah, and it was pressure too, like, it was regulated from adults and with your own peers in school. Like, there was just this very, like, you would be ostracized the moment you revealed yourself to be different in any way. So it's either just be quiet and conform or blow up your life at the time. So it's just, you know.
And in the other direction, you know, video games were, like, because Nintendo marketed the NES as a toy, in the toy world, you had to market things as boy toys or girl toys, and they went with boy toys. Yeah. So I remember so many of my peers, you know, like, women have told me that when they were girls, like, they wanted to play games. It was the same thing as us with the Easy Bake Oven and the My Size Barbie, but they felt like they couldn't. And, you know, if they asked their parents, if they gathered their courage and told their parents that they might want to play a video game, they'd be like, "Oh, that's for boys. That you can't play that."
Yeah, yeah, and you know, like, you know, I am like a cisgendered male. Like, I define, you know, myself as a man, and like a lot of the boy stuff didn't interest me. You know, like it's just like
yeah.
Like, I like it's all just bullshit societal artifice. It's artificial as Super Mario Brothers 3's levels. But I say all that because the pressure was
no, Hyle, it's more artificial than that.
The pressure was or felt very real. And so to have, I guess, what was a boy toy in Super Mario Brothers 2 giving you the ability to play as the girl. And not only that, but the girl is kind of the most fun character to play as. It was like
especially from like a kid's perspective. It's like, well, she can float. Like, she's obviously the best. Like, I never played as anyone else as a kid.
Yeah. And also, like, this was the character who was the damsel in distress in the previous game, who you only saw in this very submissive, helpless role. And all of a sudden, she's a badass. She's floating through the air with her dress. She's throwing turnips at the masked weirdos, the fetish freaks, and you're just like, I'm playing as a girl and I'm having a good time. What does this say about our society? Burn down the patriarchy.
I mean, I can't say that I thought of that consciously as a 6-year-old, but
well, no,
but maybe there was a gem of the idea there. Dixie Kong, on the other hand, hell yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is,
Dixie Kong made me a feminist.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, Princess Toadstool in Super Mario Brothers 2 floated so that Dixie Kong could helicopter twirl. Dixie Kong, when she debuted in 95, when she was the co-lead of the sequel to what was already my favorite game of all time, I was ready for it. I was like, wait, they're giving Diddy Kong a girlfriend, and she's gonna be playable in the sequel, and Donkey Kong isn't. That's awesome. There was no, oh, but she's wearing pink. What will my classmates think? It was, it was not a factor, and I really, like, and it's stupid to say, like, I owe any, like, evolution in like, non, like, conformist, gendered stereotype thinking to a video game, but it's stuff like that really does add up in a kid's brain, that really does have positive and negative influences depending on what you're exposed to. Super Mario Brothers 2 taught me that there was no problem with it and that it was silly to worry about it. And I just think that's worth pointing out. But
yeah, like the primary catalyst for the reason that I don't like Kiddy Kong to this day is the fact that commercial portrayed him as the lead when I knew it was Dixie's game.
Right.
And that sentiment didn't come from nowhere.
No, it didn't. No. Like, I'm not saying like Princess Toadstool, like being playable in Super Mario Brothers 2, like solved misogyny, because clearly it didn't, but it was an important building block towards really like making video games, at least in the West, a non-gendered thing, you know?
Yeah. And now I'm sitting here trying to think, what was the next mainline Mario game that she was playable in? Because I know she's playable in Wonder.
Like Super Mario 3D World?
Oh, yeah, you're right. She was in 3D World.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just a scant 25 years later.
Not even in Super Mario 64 DS.
No. That was Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Yoshi.
Right, Wario. That's so weird. So, aside from Princess Toadstool and the barriers she broke down, the glass ceiling that she shattered in this game, because she was right back to a damsel. No, they kind of played it cool in Super Mario Bros. 3, where she was just sending Mario letters with P-Wings, and then she was kidnapped at the very end. So it's just like, she's not the damsel in distress for the entire game, just the last world. But
I loved the ending of Mario 3, though, where she says the princess is in another castle. Haha, just kidding. That was probably one of the earliest meta jokes I ever encountered in video games, and I love that shit. It's a big part of why Rare appealed to me so much, too.
Yeah, I did enjoy that, although now I kind of wish they had played it straight, and she said that, and her, like, face peeled off, and it was another bird mask, and it kind of came flying at you, and yeah, you had to defeat it, and then crawl in the bird mask, and then there was the real princess. I just really want the hawk mouth to return. So, aside from the princess, you also had Toad, you also had Luigi in, like, this equal role that wasn't just the second player, like the also ran. Like Luigi, this is the game that gave Luigi his jumping ability and established that he was slightly taller than Mario. And
those gameplay differences are at least one of the few things shared between Japanese Mario 2 and Mario 2 USA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that Mario controlled just like he did in the original Super Mario Brothers, whereas Luigi jumped higher and skidded more, and that's like that has carried through to not all but many of his future appearances.
Yeah. So this is my first taste of, the lead character doesn't have to be the focus of a series. You can elevate other characters and have them play just as an important role, which of course really paid off for me with Rare's Donkey Kong series. And we wouldn't get a full band of playable characters with different abilities similar to this until Donkey Kong 64, but I would argue that the tag team mechanics of the Donkey Kong Country trilogy were a way to kind of distill the Super Mario Bros. 2 philosophy across two players in every level. Because like Mario, Luigi, Toad, and Princess Toadstool, Donkey and Diddy, then Diddy and Dixie, and then Dixie and Kitty, they each had their own strengths and their own disadvantages. And you would have to kind of figure out which one would be most tailored to your preferences and play styles. And a little interesting historical note is that Kensuke Tanabe was toying with having two players in Doki Doki Panic. And one of the ideas he wanted to use was being able to throw one character at baddies. Like you pick up your teammate and you throw them at Shy Guys or Pidgeots or what have you. And of course, that was eventually paid off with Donkey Kong Country 2.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, to this day, I prefer a video game where you've got a team of characters uniting rather than just a lone hero going at it by themselves. I've always been drawn to like a community aspect in my video game adventures. And that's really why I like Donkey Kong Country and Banjo-Kazooie to a lesser extent.
Yeah, like I've said before, one of the things that as a kid, not understanding how these things worked or why things were the way they were, when Donkey Kong Country 3 was like about to come out, I was really hoping, and I really kind of almost expected, okay, well, hopefully this will be a lock-on cartridge. And then you can take Dixie and Diddy and Donkey Kong, and you can take them to other games that they weren't otherwise playable in. Because, like, Sonic and Knuckles had come out and established that was possible, and so I just sort of expected, well, this will be a regular thing from now on.
Yeah, the whole lock-on cartridge was one of the few times I was green with envy as a Nintendo kid.
Mm-hmm.
Looking over at the Genesis, I was like, you can do that?
It was so cool.
Yeah. Really thought the lock-on cartridge was going to be the solution to Stop and Swap.
I remember that too. I remember reading on DK Vine just your guys' speculation that, because Rare was so tight-lipped about it, like they just weren't spilling the beans about anything, that you guys were like going to the store to get it that day, not knowing maybe we'll open this box and there'll be a lock-on card in there.
Yeah, not knowing that Nintendo killed the whole thing dead a year prior.
Yeah.
So, the freedom to explore each level in Super Mario Bros. 2, I brought this up, but, Super Mario Bros., the first game, the original, had the hidden warp zones, and areas like the pipes and Coin Heaven, which are kind of like precursors to Donkey Kong Country's bonus levels. But Super Mario Bros. 2 really lent itself to exploring and finding alternate paths, like different routes to take within a level itself. And you were never penalized for doing so. You were never, slapped down for going off the beaten path, or at least trying to, unless you just fell down a pit, because you could always turn back. And doing things like backtracking immediately at the start of a level, or exploring the space immediately behind you, that's the stuff that the Donkey Kong Country games really leaned into. And it was first experimented with, first dabbled with, in at least my experience with Nintendo, in Super Mario Bros. 2. And like you said, there's no timer for Super Mario Bros. 2, so you really felt like you had the luxury to do that, and it really made you want to explore rather than just this mad dash to the end of the level.
Yeah, and I noticed there's much more of a puzzle element with how especially the warps are hidden in this game, where in Mario 1, it was mostly down to knowledge, I guess. There, you if you knew you could get over the level here, if you knew that hidden block was there, that's how you'd get to the warp. With this one, you had to be a little more experimental, because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of the warps in the game come from you taking the potion, throwing it down, carrying it to a certain place, throwing it down, and then going down a pipe.
Going down
not a pipe.
A vase, a vase, a jar.
A vase. That's more what those things are, yeah.
Yeah, so with the potions, in fact, there are a couple things you could find by going into subspace, throwing down the potion, opening the door, and going into this, sub-dimension in Subcon itself, this mirror world, in Doctor Strange parlance, a mirror dimension, because you could find mushrooms that would give you an extra heart on your life meter for that level, or you could find the warp zones in the jars. But a lot of times the placement of the potions that you would pull up from the grass would not be immediately adjacent to the secrets, so you would want to carry it throughout the level and see how far you can get with it and throw it down and experiment, and you wouldn't immediately find something. It might be trial and error. In my recent playthrough, I was marveling at oh, I never knew there was a mushroom all the way over here in subspace if I brought the potion over here, because I always just threw it down right here, but I never figured out what would happen if I took it all the way over here. So that was really fun.
Yeah, I noticed as you get deeper into the game, it gives you more incentive to do that sort of thing. And often, if you think about it, if you pluck one up and okay, well, there's just a few, there's just a few vegetables to pull up around here, so it wouldn't be great to do it there. You carry it on, and you see a big patch of them, and hey, that's also where the mushroom is.
Yeah, and then you get the coins, too, from the grass that you would use in a slot machine at the end of every level.
And also, it was just so cool, I might have been kind of meh on the gameplay of Mario 2 compared to the other ones, but I loved the concept of, being able to make this door anywhere in the level, and it bringing you to this reversed, darkened version of the same place, kind of going behind the scenes where there were more secrets. And I remember when I found out that that's where the warp zones in this game were hidden, and that was just especially mind blowing. That's so cool.
Yeah, just a lot of really cool stuff, and it really felt like it was the first game that lifted you up, if at least in my experience, especially in the Mario series. It's the first game that really lifted you up if that was your preferred way of engaging with the world. Like I said, it got away from the arcadey, we're gonna have a timer on this because it's a video game. Time is money.
Right.
Other kids are gonna want to put in their coins. It's like, this is a home console. This is a game for your living room. Why are you doing this? Why?
To go back to the start of the episode, I love the concept of you've had a week of experience of being a gamer, and you get this game and you're like, this changes everything.
Yeah, right. I mean, I never really like articulated it until I really started like explored my history with it in the last couple of weeks, and I sat down into these show notes and I was like, wait, I only had the original Super Mario Brothers a week before I played Super Mario Brothers 2. That's wild.
Yeah, it really is.
So while this is a comparison that's probably not intentional, and well, definitely not intentional, it's just more of happenstance, I think that the more in-depth and even sometimes unnecessary lore of Super Mario Brothers 2 that's provided in the instruction manual, compared to other Super Mario Brothers games, I feel like it's closer to the mentality that Rare had with Donkey Kong Country. Just go, like, you can read the instruction manual on Nintendo's website. They've got it preserved, right? You can read it in crystal clear quality, just a scan from 88. Well, not from 88, but a scan from the instruction manual from 1988. But,
right,
like, this history you could piece together of Subcon, its inhabitants, and Wart and the 8-bits. Very similar to the Kremlings and the Kongs, the history you could piece together by reading the instruction manual and then comparing it with the world in the game and studying all the little details. This was made even better with the All-Stars version, by the way, which is what I just played.
Sure. Like, All-Stars, like, Super Mario Brothers 2 was, for whatever reason, I think, more enhanced in All-Stars than any other game that was there. And, that makes sense with Mario 3, because that was essentially borderline a 16-bit quality game anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Mario 1 was sort of just the opposite. It was so built on the limitations of the NES hardware, with no mapper chips, with no Famicom disk system, that there was only so much you could do with it. I mean, it was beautiful. I do love the sprite art in that one as well. But Mario 2 really, really benefited from the facelift that the Super Nintendo gave it. They
really did take the implied lushness of the world, which wasn't really there in the NES version, and they brought it to life. And little details like adding Phantos as part of the castle architecture in World 7. Like they would just put like Phantos like carved into the buildings, and it just really like makes you like think like, whoa, what does that mean? And
yeah,
that's the kind of stuff I really get off on effectively.
And this is cool to me too, because like, this was my Mario 2, essentially. This was the game as I knew it. From my perspective, I remember there was somebody at a yard sale, like probably like down the street from my house, and they were selling an NES with all 3 Mario games and controllers and a zapper, and they were selling it for like $20, maybe 25, 20 something anyway. And I remember my cousin and I, like, going back, like running back home and being like, hey, they have a video game system here for $20, and we have no idea how much money that actually is.
Right.
But can we get it? And we managed to convince my parents. And then I got back and hooked it up, and that's when I realized these are the games from All-Stars. Whoa.
Whoa.
They must have originally come out on this thing.
It means Super Mario All-Stars isn't a real Mario game.
Oh no!
So I would be remiss if I didn't talk about this. This is the most obvious connection beginning in 2010. Kensuke Tanabe, the creative director behind Doki Doki Panic and Super Mario Bros. 2, was responsible for the Japanese localization of the original Donkey Kong Country. But more importantly, he would later work with Retro Studios as the producer on Donkey Kong Country Returns and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, specifically stating that he suggested they add the plucking ability in Tropical Freeze, using its experience on Super Mario Bros. 2 as an example,
Right.
feeling that it would fit Donkey Kong perfectly. And he's not wrong. Miyamoto suggested blowing in Returns, and it was kind of an awkward fit, as I discussed recently with Malik. And they added plucking instead, ground plucking in Tropical Freeze. And yeah, that worked a whole lot better.
It did, for sure.
And also, weirdly enough, and this is the actual episode artwork we're using on YouTube and SoundCloud for this episode, there's this weird concept art in Donkey Kong Country Returns, and this might be owing to Kensuke Tanabe's influence, but there was concept art of Donkey Kong in a Super Mario Bros. 2 style stage, only if it was on the Virtual Boy.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, like, I had heard of, I vaguely remember hearing this story before, but I don't believe that until I clicked onto this episode to be on it, that I'd ever actually seen the art for some reason. I can't believe that this got by me, you know?
What I can't believe is that this exists in the first place, because when I first saw it, obviously Super Mario Bros. 2, my favorite Mario game, but went through a lot of like dismissal in the early internet culture because it wasn't a real Super Mario Bros. Game. Donkey Kong Country, my favorite game series of all time. I don't need to relitigate the history there. The Virtual Boy, Nintendo's great shame, something I actually enjoy quite a bit and think housed many great games that are underappreciated, although many are rediscovering right now with the jailbroken 3DSs that can play Virtual Boy games. So
yeah, that's been really nice to see. Just it's the first time I can ever remember the internet having anything close to a reappraisal on the Virtual Boy.
Right, because nobody had actually been playing those games. It was a fairy tale they told themselves, oh, it was all trash, so they didn't have to feel bad about not playing like a dozen first-party Nintendo games in the mid-90s. But
yeah,
three things that I love that I felt like I was an outsider on coming together in this one concept art. I was like, you know what? It's a shame we didn't see this level. Because fuck them. Fuck the haters. Look, let me say this about Kensuke Tanabe. I know in the present day, there are a lot of Donkey Kong Country diehards, specifically older fans or those who fell in love with Rare's creative vision, first and foremost. They kind of view Tanabe in a negative light because of the things he was purportedly responsible for in Retro's duology, things he pushed for, such as the big one that you hear bandied about is the reason that Donkey Kong Island doesn't have the face on it, doesn't have the face of Donkey Kong on it, is because Tanabe didn't like it and thought the island should just look like a natural place without any like distinguishing landmarks of that nature. And look, a lot of this is hearsay, a lot of this is whispers and rumors, and I don't know how accurate it all is. I've heard it. I've heard it from some sources that I trust, but I can't say for sure. I wasn't in the room, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know what really went down back in the day, but I will say that Tanabe's vision for Super Mario Bros. 2 was something that I loved years before I played Donkey Kong Country. And even though I might disagree with some of the notions he had in his vision for Donkey Kong Country, I do think his sensibilities were generally a good fit for Donkey Kong overall. Like, I think it makes sense that he was a producer on those games. I think he had some good ideas. I think, considering the work he did on this game, it makes sense to bring him into Donkey Kong.
Yeah, for sure. And just the similarities that, like, you can really start to see and start to pick at the sort of legacy of the work that he'd already done and how that carried through. And that was like, I mean, my thing with the Returns duology, after so long of not having this kind of a Donkey Kong game, like, even if it hadn't been as great as it was, it still would have felt real good.
Right.
But,
right.
you know, I guess I just always took it as, like, the intention was not to just do a throwback to Donkey Kong Country. Not that I wouldn't have wanted that, but, like, I'm, especially as time goes on, I'm more and more happy that the Returns duology did, you know, strike out in the way that it did and make its own mark the way that it did.
Yeah, like, granted, I mean, Tropical Freeze should have had Engard, and that will never be something
For sure.
I will yield on, but generally speaking, I think Tanabe was a good fit for the sensibilities of Donkey Kong Country. And that brings us to our final comparison. How much of the internet and gaming media of the early 2000s hated both Super Mario Bros. 2 / Super Mario USA and Donkey Kong Country simultaneously.
So, yeah, I thought you were going to say the fact that they both ended with, like, a character parade where you got to learn all of the enemies' names.
Well, the character parade in Super Mario Bros. 2, while good in concept, screwed up a lot. They switched the name of Birdo and Ostro. There was a typo in Claw Grip where they spelled it Claw Glip. Claw Glip. It was just a bad way to learn the names of the characters, because for the longest time I thought Birdo was Ostro, and I called Birdo Ostro. And I don't think I was really set completely straight until Mario Tennis. Yeah.
Do you remember right off if they fixed any of that in the All-Stars version?
They did not.
Weird, because I always knew Birdo was Birdo, but man, I must have read the manual or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So, yeah, this all goes into the notion that Super Mario Bros. 2 isn't a real Mario game. And I want to speak to this finally, because we've been bringing it up every 5 minutes, but
it's hard not to bring up when
it's hard not to bring up, especially when you came of age when we did. I know there's 4 years difference between us, but we effectively, like, we're both recipient of the same headwinds.
Yeah.
Okay, Super Mario Bros. 2 not being a real Mario game is a ludicrous statement to make. I understand how people could jump to that conclusion when they hear that Japan got another Super Mario Bros. 2 and they didn't release it in the West, and we got this game instead, which originally was a completely different game. But when you delve into the history of Doki Doki Panic, Doki Doki Panic was developed by Kensuke Tanabe specifically as a Super Mario Bros. Style game, but with vertically scrolling stages, as I said. Shigeru Miyamoto was a producer on it, though. And it's said that and I don't know how accurate this is, or if this is just more hearsay, but more favorable for my opinion, but it said Miyamoto had more input in Doki Doki Panic and Super Mario Bros. 2, Super Mario USA, than he did for the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 / The Lost Levels.
Yeah, and that kind of reminds me of, like, you know, you read interviews on the development of this game and the people involved. One of my favorite quotes that has come out of, you know, the video game criticism sphere over the past few years has been by Tim Rogers, who said, "Corporations don't make video games, people do." And he was specifically referring to Bloodstained Kickstarter, which is made by many of the same people who developed some of the most beloved Castlevania games. And you know, how people would get on that, like, they'd kind of be dismissive of it and be like, well, I want the real Castlevania. And it's like, this is the real Castlevania.
Right. Right.
And you know, this is all under the Nintendo umbrella, but nonetheless, it is clear that the development team did see this game as the next evolution of what they had done with Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the Lost Levels was really just, we did, versus Super Mario Brothers for the arcades. We had fun designing some whacked out levels. What if we just did a whole game of that? But it was never really set out as a proper sequel in the same way that Super Mario Brothers 3 was. So, like, really, Super Mario...
This was largely the team's next game after Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, so, like, really, like, Super Mario Brothers 2, that was just a bit of marketing sleight of hand in Japan. If we're being honest. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss the Lost Levels or anybody who's a fan of it. Like, that is also a genuine Mario game. But to call it a full-fledged sequel is a bit much. So, if Super Mario Bros. 2 wasn't considered a genuine Super Mario game by Nintendo, well, they would have never released it as Super Mario USA in Japan. They would have just left it as Doki Doki Panic and just ignored it in their home country. They would have never incorporated so many of the baddies from this game into later Mario games. We had the heavily redesigned Bob-ombs in Super Mario Bros. 3, the redesigned Pokies and Ninjas in Super Mario World. You also had, this is not talked about often, but you know when you beat the special world in Super Mario World,
right,
and everything in the game world changes to this kind of autumn setting, and like Koopa Troopas become weirdos wearing Mario mask.
Right.
Yeah. Bullet bills are replaced in that makeover with Pidgeots from Super Mario Bros. 2.
And that's so cool because, like, the special world makeover is so weird. It is meant to be a little creepy and a little off-putting.
Yeah.
So, like, pulling elements from Mario 2 is, like, a perfect fit for that.
Yeah. You know, Shy Guys, as you said, they became a staple in the Yoshi series. Birdo came back in Super Mario RPG and became more of a mainstay in Mario Tennis. And, oh yeah, they included it in Super Mario All-Stars. In all territories. Yeah. Like, that was the unifying statement, true. I feel like this. Hey, the Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2, real Mario game. The US, Western Super Mario Bros. 2, real Super Mario game. That should have ended it right there.
I think there was an argument, like, when my tip book was published in 1991, there was still, like, an argument to be made, but you're right, like, once All-Stars canonized, these 4 are the NES Mario games. These are the mainline NES Mario games. And I get why it still persists, because it is so intriguing to anybody who's never heard it before. Like, hey, did you know? Like, that's the most interesting way you can present it. But on a more nuanced level, I don't feel like it does either game any good. And it's not really accurate to say that one is any more genuine than the other.
Yeah.
And I think it also sort of understates how much was actually changed for, like, Doki Doki Panic and Super Mario Bros. 2 USA are not the same game in like a lot of ways. For one thing, you know, you talked about the manual of Mario 2. I learned the story of this game because I noticed in All-Stars, if you waited on the title screen, like, cool things would happen. You know, Mario and Luigi would kind of fight each other in Mario 3. You get to see little bits of the level in Mario 1 and Lost Levels. And when I did that on Mario 2, the logo faded away, and then the story appeared.
Yeah. Yeah.
Freezer pointed out in the live stream chat, Doki Doki Panic did not have a run button. That was added to make it more Mario-like.
Wow, I can't imagine.
And then also, I think in Doki Doki Panic, I could be wrong about this, but I believe I know the things you collected to increase your health were not mushrooms.
Yeah,
And I believe the like shrinking and growing mechanic, because when you're down to one hit point in Mario 2, like you become Small Mario or Small Toad or, you know, whatever character you're playing as. I don't think that was present in Doki Doki Panic.
Yeah, they added the mushrooms, but I believe the PAL blocks, which appeared in the original Mario Brothers game, not Super Mario Brothers, just the original Mario Brothers game, the PAL blocks and stars actually were already in Doki Doki Panic.
Yeah.
So.
And that makes sense, and that shows, that's another example of how, like, even before this game became Mario 2, it was still very much entwined with the Mario series.
Yeah, so I feel like, you know, obviously I started DK Vine 25 years ago, co-founded it, and was part of that early, like, not super early, like, not news group era, but, like, part of that early internet discourse. And I always felt
people think like 2010 is the early internet now. It's weird.
Yeah, but I always felt like a contrarian, even in 99, because there felt like there's this strong delusion, and this only got stronger as we entered the 2000s and the decade went on. It felt like online Nintendo discourse in those days. It was deemed that only Nintendo of Japan's output was the gospel truth, and that Nintendo's international affiliates only muddied things, like completely ignoring that Nintendo is an international company working together, like as a unified front, that it wasn't just Nintendo of America going rogue and besmirching the unvarnished truth that is the Super Mario Brothers canon. Like, there's this indignation, and you see it in that tip book of yours, but this only grew. There's this indignation that, like, outside of Japan, we didn't get the true Super Mario Brothers 2 because we weren't viewed as worthy enough to get the true Super Mario Brothers 2. And Super Mario Brothers 2 that we knew, Super Mario USA, kind of became the scapegoat for feelings of inferiority. Like, I feel like there's maybe this yearning to be inside that bubble of Nintendo's native homeland, to be included as the chosen people who would receive the real canon. And so there's this reflexive need to tear down the history as had been presented to Western audiences. And I feel like this was just an escalation of the playground narratives of the late 80s and early to mid 90s, of which were propagated by things like your tip book and video game magazines like GamePro, publishing articles about what was happening.
I appreciate how quickly you've latched onto my terminology of tip book, which was, I've never seen anybody else call them that. That's just, for whatever reason, what I called them when I was a kid.
Here's the thing. I like that terminology because it sounds like I'm being dismissive and smug about it. Tip book. Oh, your little tip book. Tip book.
Your little tip book. What do you can you not beat the game yourself? Can you not figure out how to get through animal antics on your own?
Oh, what do you do
what
do you do for a living? Oh, you write tip books. Oh, good for you.
It does sound very snotty.
Yeah. So I just love it. I always love, like, the poetry of language, Josh. And whenever I glom upon a phrase, such as glom upon a phrase, I stick with it. I try to milk that udder. So anyway, things like GamePro, they really fuel this notion that Japan was just perpetually drowning. They were knee deep in Mario games and other titles that we in the West never played and may never play. And,
like I alluded to earlier, I got that. I still get that in, like, especially the Sonic fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Like you say, as if it wasn't intended from the beginning that this game series is going to be portrayed differently in different regions. Like, that was fundamental to the DNA of it from the beginning. It's not like one aspect is any more or less genuine than the others.
Yeah.
It's just that when globalization happened, when the internet happened, like, only one could really realistically be maintained to that level.
Right. And like, yeah, I can see in 1988 finding out all of this, that there was a Japanese Super Mario Brothers 2 that was not this game. And oh yeah, they just released Super Mario Brothers 2 over here, but Super Mario Brothers 3 had just been released over there. Like, that would have been like such a shocking, like, floor falling out underneath you moment where everything.
Yeah, I've heard like Nintendo Power didn't talk about it, but other magazines did.
Yeah. I remember, I like my cousin point blank told me, and I don't remember the verbatim quote, but this is pretty close. He said something to the effect of, in Japan, they're like on Super Mario Brothers 10 at this point. It's ridiculous.
And that's just so indicative of how kids will just. And I remember doing this as a kid too. You learn something, you extrapolate the most ridiculous version of what that means that you can, and you basically convince yourself that it's true.
Yes. The thing is, it's not just kids who do it. Like, it's a
That's true.
It's a big component of, like, a lot of adults in our society. Like, the biggest thing, the biggest shock I had growing up was not that there was another Super Mario Brothers 2. It was that adults really don't know what they're doing and they're just making it up. So you shouldn't feel bad. But.
Nah, absolutely.
Like, I do understand where the early 2000s internet was coming from. Even though I don't agree with it, I totally get that feeling, like FOMO. That's all it is. This fear of missing out when you're really into something, when you're really passionate about something, be it a fandom, it doesn't matter what you're into. If it is the product of a country that is foreign to your own, you are going to feel like you're on the outside looking in, and you're going to be reflexive about it. You are going to be reactive when it comes to localization, especially if that localization is tampering with anything in your mind. And it creates this fear that you're being pandered to, that you're being talked down to. You're not being respected when you're just as much of a fan of this as the people who live, in the same time zone.
Right.
As the company and the creators.
And I think, like, especially for NES kids, the whole trend line of the industry, this is not universal, that not every game conforms to this, but as time has gone on, video games have generally gotten easier / more accessible for various reasons, like game design being figured out. And I think that in the 2000s in particular, like, Generation NES, the NES, the NES generation was so, like, done with how easy video games had become. By, like, the 6th generation. You heard a lot of that. Like, games are so easy now. Games are, like, it's not about the gameplay anymore. And it's hilarious to see it play out, because now, just the other day, I got on YouTube, I saw a kid whose first console was the PlayStation 2 saying the exact same shit.
Yeah.
That games on the PS2 were so much harder and they were more gameplay. It goes on and on and on in cycles. But the point is, I think the oft-repeated story of how, the reason they didn't bring Mario 2 out over here is because they didn't think Americans could handle it. And I think to NES kids who were, so primed on really challenging, unfairly challenging games, at least what would be seen as unfair through a modern lens, like, there was an element of insult to that. Like, you didn't think we could handle it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just a dumb American. I say American, like, this was the Western Super Mario Brothers 2, but it was labeled as Super Mario USA, so the terminology really just sticks in my head. But,
yeah.
Like, this is an apt comparison, and I get to bring up the Beatles. So, and I always love bringing up the Beatles in Josh's presence because he doesn't know how to yes-end it.
No clue.
Yeah.
I just let you go.
This is like my parents' generation, who were actually, contemporary to the time of the Beatles, and when they were actually, together and alive and what have you. This would be like them, me defending Super Mario Brothers 2, my Super Mario Brothers 2. It would be like them defending the American version of the Beatles albums, those butchered, chopped up amalgamations that Capitol was releasing that weren't the authentic discography, but that's what they grew up with and that's what they love. But the difference, though, okay, the difference is
and I couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, I'll give you a C- for that one. But
that's all I got.
The difference here is what they were getting were butchered versions of things like Rubber Soul and Revolver. Like, oh, here's Revolver with less songs.
Right.
What we got was a much better Mario game than Super Mario Brothers: The Lost Levels. Sorry, but we did. And
I have a lot of affection for the Lost Levels, and yeah, even I can give you that one.
Yeah. Like, and you can play the Lost Levels now. You can play it. You can play the original version with Nintendo Switch Online.
You've been able to since 1993. That was the other thing that made it kind of funny. It's like, it's not like it's inaccessible. It's not like it's not like they kept it from us forever.
Like, if anything, I should be angry because I've never been able to play the arcade Jungle Beat sequels, pseudo sequels, like Donkey Kong Jungle Fever. And granted, they would have to change the name because that means something entirely different in the West than it does in Japan. Couldn't name something like that. It was a good Stevie Wonder song back in the day, but it wouldn't fly today's age. So couldn't do it. But I should be bitter because I haven't gotten to play that, you know? I didn't get anything better as a result. So anyway, it was not fun being in my head in the early 2000s, Josh. Loving Donkey Kong Country as much as I did. Loving Rare in general. My favorite Mario game was Super Mario Bros. 2. And I also had a healthy appreciation for the Virtual Boy. Fuck me.
The 2000s were not good for gamers of our tastes for the most part, really, though.
Yeah.
And, like, to draw one more parallel between Donkey Kong Country and Mario 2, one thing that I've kept coming back to, you talked about you were introduced to Nintendo in this very particular way at this very particular time. And very quickly things changed, and when that happened, you were kind of left adrift. And you were looking for something to latch onto, and you eventually found it in Donkey Kong Country. And again, just the difference 4.5 years makes. Because that was what I gripped onto to fall in love with Nintendo in the first place. And it was the exact same story. It was that Play It Loud era. It was this very particular time where Nintendo was being a very particular way that they weren't before, and they wouldn't be again. But so much of that defined what I saw. Cause, I didn't know that, I didn't know that there was a difference between Rare and Nintendo.
Yeah.
And even once I learned there was, it seemed to me that essentially Nintendo owned Rare. I knew they had a 49% stake in it, and I had no reason to expect that to change, especially given how important and inseparable Rare seemed. And when the buyout happened, and when Sega went third party, I was in the same position you'd been in a decade earlier, where I was kind of adrift, and I didn't know where to land.
And so many of our episodes circle back to this, Josh. Like, it's the central thesis of it is growing up sucks. You're gonna find that you're out of the zeitgeist, but don't worry. It'll happen to everybody, and eventually nostalgia will pull your ass up. And everything you like will find its voice again. But,
and the question we're dealing with now is, what happens when that voice moves past you?
Right. They better hurry up with the new Donkey Kong game and the new Banjo-Kazooie game. You better be quick about it. Time's ticking.
Time's a ticking.
In the live stream, I'm not really sure what this relates to because it could relate to so much of what we discussed, but the Snake Fighter 64 said, geez, you have a real chip on your shoulder about that stuff. I did. I don't anymore. I've moved past it. I've matured, and any righteous indignation I feel is really put on for showmanship. But, cause here's the thing. We've spent 3.5 hours talking about a Mario game. So I hope that shows like there's a bit more depth to me than DK Vine Hyle naturally presents. Just like when I discussed that I liked Avatar The Last Airbender the other episode and everybody lost their mind in the chat. It's like, yeah,
it's so funny how anything that you say that's outside of this specific purview, people act like they can't believe that you know about this. Like, somebody in my Discord, I said I was going to be on this episode, and somebody made like a chicanery reference from Better Call Saul, and they were like, would Hyle get that? And I'm like, yes, he'd get that! He does other things! He knows about other things!
And I say chicanery like once an episode. Like, it's part of my vocabulary because of that great episode of Better Call Saul. So, calm down, people. Like, I do have interest outside of this. The thing is, my job and the conversation is to talk and celebrate a Donkey Kong, the Donkey Kong universe, Rare, Platonic. So I'm not going to go on a rant. I mean, I know I used to. I know like tangents used to be a bigger part of the show. I'm a lot more focused as a presenter these days,
and that's why we've only been going for 3.5 hours.
But no, I do have a life outside of this, people. Like, don't worry about me. I'm well balanced. Like, but I am also really passionate about this, and I found a niche that wasn't being catered to, like, to the fullest potential, so that's why I do what I do. And that's, like, I'm not, like, in a diaper, shitting myself in the corner, like, carving hogwashes, and, like, Scuttlebutt the Beetle from Donkey Kong 64 into the walls. Like,
no, not anymore. We talked about that earlier. You went to therapy like 15 years ago.
Yeah, I worked it out, and I realized I don't have to do that. I can do a podcast instead.
Exactly. And here we are. Freezer says, play it loud. Okay, Grandpa. Real Nintendo is clear-colored plastic. I'm 100% with you on that. I mean, yeah, play it loud is real Nintendo. Get in or get out is also real Nintendo to me. Hot new 64 forever.
Here's the thing, it's all real Nintendo, and your favorite era of Nintendo is generally when you got into Nintendo.
My favorite era of Nintendo is the Wii U era.
Good games. Should have been Metroid. So,
should have been Metroid.
We do have calls to take, Josh, as I said earlier. If you would like to call the DK Vine hotline and get your voice heard 3.5 hours into a podcast, feel free to call in 1-202-630-VINE. It's 8463. Lines are open all day, all night, no matter what time zone you're in. So no FOMO, no fear of missing out here. You can call in worldwide. There might be charges depending on which country. Ask your parents for permission, but do it. And, we announce the topics on social media and to patrons, and with very few exceptions, we solicit calls. So, yeah. Josh, let's go ahead and play.
3 hours and 31 minutes in now.
Okay, well, you know what? I like to hear myself talk. I go blah, 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 blah. But now I would like to hear other people talk. So let's take our first call.
Hey, this is Jennifer, also known as Mary Fairy Quite Contrary on Patreon, also known as SnakeSpider64 on Twitch. So the topic of the day is Donkey Kong Country and Super Mario Brothers 2 USA. That is, that's a good game. I love it's one of my favorite Marios. I think Super Mario Land 1, I think, edges it out for me. But it is still one of the better ones, and I dearly wish we could see Wart and all those other characters again, at the very least in Mario Kart, if not in one of the platformers. If not, just as like a secondary villain, just as like one of the world bosses working with Bowser. Here's hoping he shows up in the second movie. But I do think it is kind of interesting that the Mario series and the Donkey Kong series have kind of opposite problems. We're clamoring to get our iconic recurring villain back, and speaking as someone who's in Mario and in the recurring discourse, we're so sick and tired of Bowser, and we would love to see a new main villain hold up at least one game. We'd love to have a Lord Frederick situation, which I just think is interesting. So yeah, I still got a little bit of time, so I will ask one question. Since Mario 2 let us play as Peach for the first time, and I am firmly on team playable Candy Kong, and Candy Kong is Donkey Kong Country's Peach. How do you think Candy Kong should play in Donkey Kong Country? Like, what should be her sing? Best wishes. I almost said loves, hugs, and kisses. Good night.
Well, thank you, Jennifer, who's also been in the live stream chat with us, as the Snake Fighter 64. Before I answer your Candy Kong query, I would like to give a special shout out to Super Mario Land, which I cannot play on Nintendo Switch Online. I actually thought about augmenting my Super Mario All-Stars playthrough with Super Mario Land. I was like, oh, I should jump into Super Mario Land. If I'm going in chronological release order of the West, I should jump into Super Mario Land before I get into Super Mario Bros. 3. So I went over to the Game Boy player and I was like, what do you mean Super Mario Land is not on Nintendo Switch Online, but Super Mario Land 2 is? Chicanery!
It is a strange omission. It almost makes me wonder if, like, there's gonna be a remake for it or something like that. Like, coming up on the end of the Switch's life, we're all about remakes these days. But yeah, I think it's telling for her to single out Mario Land and Mario 2 together, because those are definitely the ones that are weird. Those are, like, we talk about, like, the Game Boy having this, like, bizarro world aesthetic sometimes, especially the games developed by Gunpei Yokoi's team.
Yeah. Because
they were so disconnected from, like, the main line. I think what would become Nintendo EPD. I don't think they were called that yet, but yeah, it's like there was something in the water in the late 80s.
Super Mario Land, I really love the aesthetics of that game as well. Like, I don't think I like the game itself all that much, but I really love the presentation and the ideas, and just that it's not afraid to be different, and that the main villain is a space alien, Tatanga.
Oh, yeah.
Like that. Just a lot about it I appreciate and admire, and it's another setting that I really like over the Mushroom Kingdom. And
right. And it's nuts. It's crazy to think on day one the Game Boy had one of its greatest soundtracks.
Yeah. And I also I like this notion that a land game, and I realize it's just Super Mario Land and Donkey Kong Land that I'm comparing, but Donkey Kong Land was also a game.
And Kirby's Dream Land.
Well, yeah, but, you know.
Yeah, there were a couple of lands.
But more direct comparisons between it and its old, like, big console sibling, where, like, you have the land game that's not afraid to just get a little weirder with it, like Donkey Kong Land. Here's the flying pigs. Here's the wacky cloud environment, but you don't question it. You don't say, well, that doesn't really tonally fit for Donkey Kong. You're like, well, it's a land game. It's fine. Get a little weird with it. But yeah, Jennifer's point about how Mario fans are apparently sick of Bowser. I'm sick of Bowser, and I'm not even in the discourse about Mario games right now. I agree. It's a weird problem to have, where Donkey Kong fans are all of a sudden fretting about K. Rool again. And I think a lot of this is just self-induced paranoia because of the theme park, when we already have a clear timeline of why the theme park looks the way it does. And is everybody forgetting that we all collectively brought him back in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and how amazing that is, and how well known he is now? And, like, why are you fretting? Why is this a thing? K. Rool.
Yeah, I can only speak for myself, but I'm not worried about K. Rool.
Like, K. Rool will have a future. Okay, but it is a weird problem to have. And I remember back in the 90s, I spoke to this recently, where I was thinking, like, with Donkey Kong Land 2, okay, I hope K. Rool isn't the villain. I could take a break from
Right.
K. Rool for a bit. Like, I really want to see Donkey Kong and Diddy and Dixie fight new enemies and have new villains, which is so funny.
It's interesting, like, yeah, this is another cycle that I see play out in fandoms all the time, is that, like, whatever the status quo is, once that is the status quo for long enough, you'll start seeing this uprising in people who are being like, yeah, I'd rather it be like this. And it's you know, that leads to all these things where it's like, the winds will change to like the exact opposite of what they used to be.
Yeah.
Like the things that we used to beg for and want, and then we eventually got, now people seem to want the exact opposite of all of that.
I mean, the grass is always greener. It's an old hoary adage, but it's really applicable to human nature. We're always, I mean, it's fear of missing out. It's always just wanting what you can't have and always thinking your life would somehow be perceptively better if you experienced the opposite of what you had. And I try to take a more measured look at things. And again, it's part of being in a fandom as intensely as I've been in for 30 years now. So I can kind of step back and say, you know, I've seen this cycle play out. It'll be fine. And we've experienced so many amazing things as Donkey Kong fans, even during this decade-long hiatus from a new standalone game, that we're in such a ludicrously well-placed position compared to so many other franchises that I'm not worried at all. But I understand, you know, others don't feel that way. But yeah,
Would our lives be perceptibly better if Candy Kong was playable, though?
Yeah, that's what I want to get to. So,
yeah.
I think a way to do it would be to, and I've seen fan art of her, it was a couple of years ago at this point, so I can't remember who actually was the artist, but it was fan art of Candy Kong as kind of like a punk rocker. And it was really playing into her, like, being into instruments, being a seller of musical instruments, and what if she just incorporated that into her personality more, rather than just being the joke gorilla pinup model from the original game. Like they've done a little bit to flesh her out more decently since 94, but it's like, yeah, what if she like took the instruments from Donkey Kong 64 and that was her moveset, or like her own thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing that Crash 4 did. I can't remember the character's name. I've never been that big into Crash, but in the first game, Crash had a girlfriend whose character was basically the same joke as Candy Kong. You know, Crash is this weird little anthropomorphized wacky dude, and here's his buxom, like, supermodel human standard girlfriend.
I mean, it's Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
In much the same, yeah, pretty much. And in much the same way, like, it's talking about Candy as a playable character is one thing, but yeah, it's like, before you can even get to that, it's like, what do you do with her to bring her back at all? Because I feel like that sort of thing just doesn't land the same way now as it would have back then.
Yeah. It's
one of those things, you know, it was acceptable in the 90s.
Yeah. Now, like, I'm all for resurrecting every Donkey Kong character who's fell into disuse, like, during the retro duology. And I'm all for bringing back Retro's characters. Like, yeah, sure, Professor Chops forever. It's gonna get it tattooed, on my arm. But I disagree with your co-host on the last episode, though. Checkpoint was great, and you own that. Oh, that was Malik. The last episode was with Jeff. You gotta keep up, Josh. Keep up. I'm churning these out.
You're cranking them out so fast these days.
Yeah, I know. I'm cranking them out faster, than, I don't know, Nintendo's releasing Donkey Kong games. I don't know. But, people are like, Hyle, you're gonna run out of stuff to talk about. And you're like, I will never run out of stuff to talk about. Okay? Infinite is the Donkey Kong universe. I can pull out topics that would just stupefy you, and I could talk about it for 4 hours. Like the connection between Super Mario Bros. 2 and Donkey Kong Country, alright? All right. Thank you for the call, Jennifer, and it's been nice chatting with you as we've done this episode. All right, let's take our next call.
Hyle, Josh. This is Traveler of the Stars. Hyle looking beautiful, sexy as ever today. I don't know how you do it. I don't know what you're doing, but keep it up. You're finally talking about a mainline Mario game on the Kongversation. Very exciting. Looking forward to the day. Talk about Odyssey and New Donk City. I'm looking forward to that. Mario 2, it's always weird to me. Like, I don't see it much anymore, but, like, sometimes, like, people, like, put, like, weird qualifiers on it, like, oh, did you know it was a Doki Doki Panic? It's weird because, like, the game started as a Mario game. It had Mario elements, like, from the very beginning. A lot of the core Mario team, like Miyamoto, like, they were working on this game. And what I find really interesting, it's talked about in the Conversation a lot, like, oh, teams created this, then some people with Nintendo, they don't want to carry over to other things. I think it's super cool how even though this game was really comparatively different back in the day, so many things carried forth throughout the Mario series. I wouldn't say it's as impactful as, like, Mario 3's world map or, like, Mario World literally inventing Yoshi. But, like, Shy Guys, Bombs, Birdo, Pokies, all the Mario characters' abilities. You got Luigi with the big jump. Luigi with the big jump. Right, so you got that going. That's pretty cool. But no, it's just cool that, they carry all that stuff forward still. That's just like, it's so cool to me. And, I wouldn't say Mario 2 is, the wackiest Mario game nowadays, especially with Mario Wonder out. But, as far as the retro games, I would say comparatively nowadays, it is very weird. And I would love another Mario game like it. Like, the main thing is, like, plucking things, and I think that's super cool. And I think that's super cool that, I'm sure you'll talk about, I've already talked about how it influenced, DKC. That's just super cool. And I think it's neat that, you're shedding some light and love on it. Certainly more interesting than Lost Levels. I think the only notable thing about that game is the poison mushroom. That was the only lasting impact it had. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Hyle, make sure you talk about Luigi with the big jump a little bit in this episode. Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah,
well,
Traveler.
Hyle, would you like to address Luigi with the big jump?
Yeah, Traveler of the Stars. I knew what you were up to the second you said Luigi with the big. Like, I could see the gears in your brain turning. I knew what you were trying to get at. You wanted me to evoke Luigi with the big sausage from off of Mario Kart 2, but I'm not gonna do it because there's a time and there's a place. Okay? I will devote time and resources to Luigi with the big sausage this season, but alas, it can't be our Super Mario Bros. 2 episode. Now, to your point about how I stay so sexy, well, I established that. The Power Pad. The NES Power Pad and world-class track meet.
A week of playing that game consistently. 33 years ago. And look at you now.
Right?
You claim to be 40, but you look like you're 25. I mean,
it's the fountain
that's
of youth.
The power. It's nothing to do with you. It's not DNA. It's not your health or your diet. It is world-class track meat.
I bought some of my adult beverages the other week. My, not Metamucil, it's actually, Bold Rock hard cider. And the guy at the grocery store carding me thought I had a fake ID because he would not accept my age. And I was eventually able to convince him, but yeah, he thought I had a fake ID. And he was like 19.
That is one to take with you. Holy shit, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah. I know. I actually felt good about myself after that. Like, I had a swagger. I was like, yeah, I look like a baby. Thanks, Power Pad. So glad I'm from the universe where that came out in 1988.
Mm-hmm. That's the advantage that you have over the rest of us, too.
Just imagine what will happen when we finally find that cornucopia.
Oh my god.
We'll drink from that and live forever. All right. So the next call is one of those infamous Kongversation 2-part calls where I don't know what happens, but they call back. Sometimes they hit the time limit. Doesn't look like that's what happened here, but they call back and they're like, I have more to say. So we're going to play those back to back.
Hey, what's up, DK Vine, Hyle, Josh, Sylvie here. I'm a more recent listener to the Kongversation. I found you guys through the Return to Crocodile Isle interview, and I wasn't even too informed about DK at the time, but that animation totally blew me away, and that interview was super cool. So I went back and listened to a ton of other episodes. It's been pretty fun becoming more of a fan of DK and this crazy rare shared universe you guys have got going on. Considering I played a lot of their games in the N64 era, but I was totally unaware of this side of the fandom at the time. So thanks a bunch for that, and I'd like to call in more this season if I can. But this episode's about Mario 2 and its connections to DKC. No idea what angle you're going to be tackling this at, so I just want to talk about Super Mario Bros. 2 for a bit. Aside from a couple games on my parents' Atari 2600, Super Mario All-Stars was pretty much my first video game, and the games my sister and I played the most were SMD 2 and 3. Really love how weird and unique this game is to this day. It's a very easy hop-on and play kind of game, great controls, character variety, and Wart should be brought back because he's hilarious. I also think the credit sequence in this game super stands out. Of the classic 2D platformers, I think this and Mario World have the strongest mood that never fails to bring out some emotion when hearing the music. And it's actually a connection I can see between it and DKC. Atmosphere and mood are really strong and stick with you, so I wonder if you'll tackle it from that angle. I'm worried about getting cut off by the time limit here, though, so I'm just going to restart the call for part 2. Thank you. Hey again, Sylvie here, just continuing the call. So I also think Super Mario Bros. 2, it's also worth mentioning as one of those black sheep Mario games, if not the black sheep Mario game. You know, like games in a series that don't historically have the best reputation or have some controversial things that some fans can't ever seem to get past, but they also have a lot of defenders that get more of the game's merits than its faults. So shout out to Josh, I'm a Sonic fan too, and that series constantly has games people have gone back to, defend, and find much more to love about them than when they came out. And I feel like that's a really cool thing to do. You can do it to deepen your love for a franchise as long as you're still trying to acknowledge the faults as well. And I feel like this has happened to a lot more games in recent years, the greater appreciation of these black sheep games. You know, video essays, deep dive critical analysis, they're being more popular of a content format, and fans in general are kind of always getting older, really wanting to explain why they love this stuff so much. So that's really cool too. Apart from SMD2 though, do y'all have any Mario, DK, or Rare games that you feel are kind of black sheeps and have more merit to them than the general perception does? At least their opinion of it. And why is Taboo the Sixth Sense, by the way? Why is that actually the best Rare game ever? I'm just curious. All right, take care, y'all.
Well, thank you for the calls, Sylvie. And I don't know, I'm more of an anticipation person myself. So I unfortunately can't speak to the merits of Taboo, the Sixth Sense.
Yellow shirt guy for Smash Brothers.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Taboo is great to show somebody who's never heard of it before, which is easy because nobody has. To just show it to somebody and be like, and let them learn in real time that this exists and what it does.
That's actually a good question posed. What is the Rare or Donkey Kong equivalent of Super Mario Bros. 2?
It would almost have to be so. Okay, in terms of the DKU, I can't think of a better example than Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
See,
as far as
yes,
go ahead.
Yeah, as far as something that's universally or more widespread held, like the opinions on Super Mario Bros. 2 at least used to be. Yeah. It would probably be Nuts and Bolts still. It depends how deep you go into the Rare fandom bubble. Because I was thinking in real time when I was hearing the call, I was like, would it be any of the Game Boy Advance games like Granny's Revenge, It's Mr. Pants, Saber Wolf? And I'm like, no, we love those. But I'm like, we love those.
Yeah, those are more obscure than they are, derided.
And that's the thing, obscurity is the name of our game. And we the more something is obscure but well crafted, the more we put it up on the pedestal and celebrate it. That's our MO. And Freezer, shout out to Freezer in the chat. But like Grab by the Ghoulies, even Grab by the Ghoulies still kind of has this undeserved reputation, and it's kind of a joke, even though things like Rare Replay helped rehabilitate it and introduce it to a lot of new players. I don't think it'll receive a full rehabilitation until you can play it on a Nintendo console. I really don't.
I think there's this, there's a couple of reasons, like, he brought up how you sort of tend to see this stuff happen more often these days. There's a couple of reasons for that. One is just that, like, we have lived through, and we may have already passed the peak of the quote-unquote video essay as the main form of YouTube video game criticism. And that's what I mean. By that I mean, you're going to take a more insightful, personal, analytical approach to things. Whereas, at one time, the style was absolutely pure comedy, more often than not arising from being overly angry at things.
Right, the whole niche.
So that's part of it.
Yes, the whole niche that the angry video game nerd inadvertently created, where the more indignant you can become over the existence of this product, the more clicks you'll get.
Yeah, and like, for me, like, I always sort of knew I wanted to do something with YouTube. Before YouTube even existed, I knew I wanted to do something like this. But, I found AVGN and a lot of the people that he inspired very entertaining, but I never looked at that and thought, I want to do that.
No. And thank goodness you didn't, because your style is so perfect, Josh. And thank you for never putting yourself on a thumbnail with like bug eyes or making this O face. I really admire your commitment to not following trends.
Well, the other thing that I think happens, and this is something that I think you see with Nuts and Bolts, for instance, like, after a certain point, like, when a game first comes out, and even for years after it comes out, like, yeah, feelings are gonna be very heated on it. And negativity is always much louder than positivity. But it also burns out eventually.
Yeah.
And I think what you see with games like that is that, not that everybody who talks about Nuts and Bolts now absolutely loves it or even likes it, but the people who talk about it now are generally much more level-headed about it.
Sure.
And so you don't get this situation. There were always people who liked Nuts and Bolts. There were always people who defended it. There were always people who said, this might not be exactly what we wanted out of a Banjo-Kazooie game, but it is a good game in its own right, and I know you and I can both vouch for that. But, like, anger and betrayal and malice and things of that nature, people who are feeling that tend to be so much louder that unless you're really digging in and you're really looking, when something's in that situation, like, you're not gonna hear it.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And, like, my whole thing is, this is not worth getting angry about. None of this is worth getting angry about. Like I said on the other episode with Malik, if you are feeling despondent over this, you have to keep in mind this is supposed to be a hobby designed to entertain you. Please, like, take a step back, take a break if you need to. It's not worth it. It's really not. There's so many beautiful things in this world. My New Year's resolution
2 years in a row was to get the fuck away from Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
and I took a break. I didn't engage with it. I didn't play it for like over 6 months, and it did me a world of good.
It's funny because I've got DK Vine. I've got my own sort of bubble that I help create around myself along with the other staff members on DK Vine. But like, I don't really go outside of it. I don't like go message board trawling, looking for what people are saying, because I find it like depressing, and
yeah, same here.
It's like, I could never disassociate myself from Donkey Kong or the Donkey Kong universe or Rare, but I certainly cannot read what other people are saying elsewhere on the internet, because honestly, it doesn't really matter, and it shouldn't affect my enjoyment of any of this. Personally
I know
speaking.
I'm doing well if I'm seeing people like on Twitter, for instance, because it's always Twitter, who are mad about what other people are saying.
Uh-huh.
And I haven't seen anybody saying that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the key. And that's why, like, this stuff bothered me 20 years ago when I thought, like, I didn't have the perspective. And I thought, like, oh, I have to change people's minds. Oh, they're wrong. So the famous, like, webcomic, oh, you know, are you coming to bed? I can't. Somebody's wrong on the internet. And
right. And it can be easy to get pulled into that sometimes. I mean, it still happens to me sometimes. Like, even as long as I've been on the internet, you know, it is, you can get a little too fixated on things. And I think just, and really for me, to be clear, when I talk about, you know, having New Year's resolutions, getting away from Sonic, that was all also tied in with lockdown and COVID and all the trauma and all the things I was worried about.
oh yeah,
You know, that can, like,
I forgot when Knuckles came forward with the lab leak conspiracy. That was wild.
Exactly. I mean, it was I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I can think about my Sonic and Knuckles lock-on cart the same way anymore.
Especially when you have the social distance.
But that's life.
Yeah. Yeah.
As far as other Black Sheep Rare games, though, I would say Perfect Dark Zero would be a pretty good example. Perfect Dark itself would be in relation to GoldenEye.
That's a spicy take, because generally I thought that, like, Perfect Dark was revered and thought of highly.
Oh, it is. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it was, like, I feel like people who love Perfect Dark are, you know, they sort of have this attitude of, like, it's such an upgrade over GoldenEye. But, like, it came out so late in the N64's life that it was always going to be overshadowed by it.
Oh, of course. And of course, like, GoldenEye became such a ubiquitous part of the N64 library that I think not doing something like Tomorrow Never Dies made Perfect Dark get eclipsed by just how massive Rare made James Bond to a generation of gamers who otherwise would not care about James Bond.
There were calls for James Bond to be in Melee.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Like, it's unthinkable now.
I think it was EGM that asked Diddy Kong Racing Team in an interview with them in December 97, is James Bond a character in the game? Is he unlockable somewhere?
Yeah, GoldenEye was inescapable.
Yeah.
Every person, even a little bit older than me, was completely obsessed. I would go over to people's houses, and I didn't know how to play it, but I was made to play it because it was what everybody was doing.
Sure. I mean, I got swept up in it too, and despite being a Rare fan and identifying as a Rare fan, it was still not DKU, so I was just like, okay, but I still got into it. I still played it.
But it had DK mode, at least.
It did have DK mode, yeah, which I showed my wife for the first time the other week. I was like, look what you can do. That's Donkey Kong. That's a Donkey Kong reference. And she was happy for me.
That's how you know she's the one, Hyle. But hey, to the point I was making, we ended up talking about GoldenEye instead of Perfect Dark there.
Yeah. It's inescapable. Because let's be honest, like, yeah, like Joanna Dark is a great original IP. But the other guy's Pierce Brosnan. He's so cool.
Hey, they're making a new Perfect Dark. We'll hear about that again one of these years.
Yep. Thank you for the calls, Sylvie. And I guess, like, Black Sheep's aside, like, my important message for anybody is that you have to get to the realization that like what you like and don't care about what other people think. Don't be a bastard about it, and find positive ways to celebrate your opinion. That's it at the end of the day.
And also, to a certain extent, if you can find a community of like-minded weirdos who celebrate things in a positive way, just stick to them and don't worry about anybody else. I mean, you and I both kind of have that with our respective communities. Like,
Yeah.
there are, like, I don't really spend a lot of time anymore venturing outside of the walls of, like, DK Vine and like, the Geek Critique.
Right. We're basically on the same block with 3 other vape shops. Which, at least we're getting some good smokes along the way.
There used to be rental stores inside of grocery stores.
I know, right? I know, like, the growing up, my hometown, the Fireplace store also rented videos and video games.
Jeez.
Acme Fireplace.
Freezer brings up perfect dark Game Boy Color is the real black sheep of that series.
Oh yeah, and Killer Instinct for the Game Boy. It's another good one.
Ooh, I think you could play that one in 2-player on the Super Game Boy.
Oh,
I think
nice.
That was one of those Game Boy fighting games.
God, bring back the Super Game Boy enhancements on Nintendo Switch Online, Nintendo. Cowards.
Right? You have the temerity to give us a Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake, but we can't even have the original Donkey Kong 94. I say the original Donkey Kong 94.
No, I just want the banana border on Donkey Kong Land 2. The beautiful banana border. All right, let's take our last...
I think we got one more call to take.
Yeah, we got one last call to take. We are really in overtime now. Thank God there's no timer on Super Mario Bros. 2, or we would have died so many hours ago. All right, here we go. Final call.
Hey, this is Kyle. It's so surreal to see you guys talking about Mario, especially with how much you've hammered into our heads that, actually DK is the real franchise, Mario was the spin-off, but it is pretty cool. Mario 2 is a game I like, but I've never loved. I feel a lot that has to do with my age. I can't grasp onto a lot of older titles, like, regardless of which version I'm playing. It's not that I find them inaccessible or boring. It's just hard to explain. I can't really love any 8-bit titles. I don't know if it's an immersion thing. I just find the gameplay too limited. And even 16-bit can be a bit hard. It's not really until you get to the 3D era that the amount of games I like really grows. And it's not like I just like 2D platformers. I think they're a lot of fun. Like I'm actually one of the few people that will defend the new Super Mario Bros. Games, and I'm a fan of classic Sonic and Donkey Kong Country. But I've always gravitated towards the titles that were made after I was born. Anyway, something I was curious about is, what titles do you guys have planned to make the 20-year retrospective on? Because there's a lot of games that turn 20, particularly cameo games. Mario Power Tennis comes to mind, along with... And finally, I was wondering if Hyle ever went back to the Mario Party games where you can't play as DK after he grew to appreciate the series. 6 turned 20 this year, and that was my first Nintendo game. So, and it's honestly considered by many people to be the best Mario Party. So, the thought was on my mind. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, thank you for the call, Kyle, I believe it was. Well, yeah, a lot of games turn 20. We don't always do a spotlight episode for every game turning 20. Sometimes we decide there's just no space for it in the episode budget for that year. So we might do a spotlight episode just errantly, just out of the blue. Like we did that with Mario Kart Super Circuit. We passed the 20th anniversary, but then we went back to it and we were like, oh, we're going to do it now. It just really depends on timing and just really how much we're feeling up to talking about it. I know, like, we haven't done Mario Tennis for the N64, and people were like, well, why didn't you do that one? It's like, well, we don't always honor 20th anniversary Sometimes we do it for the 25th, or we even done it for the 10th. It just depends.
And I can definitely feel that. Like, my thing is, I always have to find a way, and I almost always can, but I always have to find a way to make myself care about something. Like, if you try to start writing, like in my case, a script, or working on a video, in this case, a podcast. If you start trying to like bang something out and you're just not really feeling it, that's just a signal that it's not time to do it right now. Like, regardless of the anniversaries or whatever, like, eventually it's gonna hit you right, and like, the resulting episode will be better if you wait until then anyway.
Yeah, sure, for sure. I think like early on in the show, like the rightfully buried early seasons of this podcast, we had a couple of episodes like that where either I wasn't feeling it or the co-host wasn't feeling it, and the episode just wasn't up to the standards I would eventually set for us. So...
Wow, can you believe that Grab by the Ghoulies is turning 10 years old? Seems like yesterday.
I know, what an ancient, old game Grab by the Ghoulies is. Yeah.
No, it was a different time back in those days, man.
So, like, we'll honor some, maybe some of the cameo games. Probably not the answer you're looking for. Saber Wolf for the Game Boy Advance will be getting a spotlight episode in June, so look forward to that. But we'll touch upon some, and Mario Party. Like, I haven't revisited any of the Donkey Kong is just a character on the board and not a playable character Mario Parties in quite some time. Would I have a different reaction to them nowadays?
You can just say you don't think you would.
I got so burned out on Mario Party back when I felt like I had to keep up with every new release and I had to play it to completion 100%. The quick turnaround of Mario Party games fried me, Josh. And even after all this time, I'm still mostly dispassionate about Mario Party. Even when we got, like, the recent Mario Party games where Donkey Kong was a playable character or Diddy Kong was a playable character, I was still just... I was like, yeah, this is alright.
Yeah, like a lot of first-party GameCube games, especially, the way the internet had like such a enormous turnaround on the way that they looked back on these never stops feeling a little bit like Bizarro World, because it was so different. It was so the complete opposite. But I think the Mario Party in particular is kind of like Pokemon.
Yeah.
In that it's a lot of the same sort of thing over and over and over again. And the novelty of the first one that you experience is not going to be, it can't be matched by like the subsequent ones. Like, maybe they make improvements, maybe they make good mini games, but like the concept, and that combined with that with the fact that Mario Party is so dependent on its multiplayer component. Like, your favorite one is always going to be whichever one or ones you played most with your friends when you were a kid.
And I think that's true of a lot of these games, like Mario Kart even. We have these discussions here on the podcast, in the Discord server, hey, what's your favorite Mario Kart? And not always, but a lot of times it's the Mario Kart game that you played at the right time in your life when you had a bunch of friends playing it with you. Whether that be,
right,
when you're a kid, when you're a teenager, when you're in college. But the moment you find yourself living by yourself or living like worlds apart from your friends, and it's not as easy to just sit down and play video games together, that's when you might find yourself drifting away from Mario Kart or Mario Kart.
Yeah, because you're gonna pick it up and it's gonna have this feeling of like, oh, this again.
Yeah, or sequels that come out that change the formula that you fell in love with. Like, I'm fortunate enough that I can say, like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is my favorite Mario Kart game. I can say that because they added Diddy and Funky now, but even then I recognized it was still the best Mario Kart game. I just didn't like the character roster. They fixed it, but Yeah, like, I go back to Mario Kart 64 and I'm like, oh, this is rough. I don't remember it being this rough, which is kind of similar to what Kyle was talking about how, like, it's harder to get into older games. Even for me, somebody who, like, basically weaned on Mario Kart 64 as my Mario Kart, I find it really hard to get back into.
Yeah, see, I mean, I still had my complete child sponge brain when I played Mario Kart 64. And I don't really, but it is funny. Like, I have this very big, like, through the looking glass moment when, like, the Double Dash kids started growing up, and like I said earlier, like I alluded to earlier, started saying all the same things about it that I had said about Mario Kart 64. Like, oh, this one just plays differently, it just feels different. None of the later ones control or feel as good as this one. And, you know, then people start saying that Double Dash, which to me was the one that ruined the series.
Yeah, and now we're up to Mario Kart Wii is the best.
People love Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii was great. I liked it.
I have issues with Mario Kart Wii, but it's the game that made Funky Kong a household name, so I can't speak that illy of it because it did its job. It paid its dues. It did its service. So thank you.
So anyway, the important thing is whichever Mario Party it was that came out 20 years ago. I have no idea which one that was, but Spotlight this year. Can you commit to it?
No.
That's fine.
Because I feel like I have to do a Spotlight for Mario Party 2 first, and Mario Party 3, and Mario Party 4.
Oh, you want to go? Yeah, you're going in chronological order.
Yeah, and because I haven't, it's got a massive backlog, you know? Maybe I'll get to Mario Party 2 eventually, but yeah, it's gonna be a while there. It's gonna be a while.
Now, what you could do to sort of simulate what the real-time Mario Party experience was like for how fast those games came out and how samey they were, just do, like, through the middle of an entire season, Spotlight Mario Party 2, Spotlight Mario Party 3, just to really sort of in a meta-narrative sense drive home how exhausting all of these games were.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't want to do my podcast. Kill my enthusiasm.
Kind of the exact opposite of what I was saying at the beginning when we first started talking about the call.
Anyway, I guess the only other thing I have to say about this call is, you know, to their point where they find it hard to get into stuff that was released before they were born. I think I'm fortunate that I grew up in an era where the boomers were really starting to weaponize their nostalgia and make it, like, prevalent everywhere. So when I was growing up, you had things like Nick at Night. You had, like, all of this, like, all these retrospectives, like, how great were the 60s? You know, minus all the bad shit.
60s nostalgia was so huge in the 90s. And to the point that, the point you're getting at, I'm nostalgic for the 60s, in a sense.
Oh, yeah. Like, and so, like, I absorbed pop culture. I was always fascinated, not necessarily by, like, mainstream pop culture, but, like, the history of pop culture and, like, classic TV, classic movies, classic music. And I just absorbed all that like a sponge. And, you know, video games were still relatively new when I was born, but I still, you know, like the way I was introduced to them was still with hand-me-downs, like the Atari 2600. And, you know, I got an NES in 88. And so for me, like, I've always kind of had a couple toes in the past. And back when I was younger, that made me look very precocious. And like, look at all the references I'm making. A person my age shouldn't make these references. And now people just look at me and you're like, you're old. Fucking talking about the Beatles.
Yeah, it used to make you see... Well, but the thing is, though, you've got to remember, Hyle, you're getting carded.
Yeah, I know.
So, while you may think while your perception of yourself may be this one way, I don't know. People might still think, dude, what's this teenager going on about the Beatles for?
Yeah, but now, like, I'm being called a boomer because I like Banjo-Kazooie. So, you know, it just cuts both ways.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I get carded, but I'm an old man because I like a 3D platformer from 1998.
Well, give it time, and kids right now will be nostalgic for the 90s that they never experienced, and then Banjo-Kazooie will be cool again.
Oh, so we have to wait to the 60s nostalgia from the 90s for the 90s today.
Yes.
Whatever I just said.
Very simple.
I probably said it wrong. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the calls, everyone. And thank you for hanging with us in the live stream chat. Freezer and the Snake Fighter. I think there are sole survivors. Steve from
You
Rare
kids
Game.
still awake?
Yeah, Steve from Off a Rare Gamer popped in briefly. Steve will be on the next episode of the Kongversation talking about what else? Stop and Swap. We're doing another one.
Oh, that's good. How many seasons has it been since the last one?
One.
I always say a season of the Kongversation is not a season of the Kongversation if it doesn't have an episode on Stop and Swap.
Yeah, this is our fourth. This is the fourth in a series, so gonna be a good one. So, Josh, wrapping things up, and I want to thank you for your stamina. Like, I realize I trained on the power pad so I can endure 4-hour podcasts, but not everyone can. Not everyone can. So
all I've got is DDP yoga, and I mean that's worthless compared to the power pad.
Well, yeah, but DDP yoga, that's good second place. I mean,
yeah.
He's a three-time WCW champion. And for all we know, DDP trained on the power pad.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, coming into the business at 35 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the age I am now. Maybe if I get a power pad.
There you go. Yeah. Josh, going back to Super Mario Brothers 2. If Super Mario Brothers 2, I posit this question to you. If it had somehow, some way, actually become the direction of the Super Mario Brothers series, like let's say it was just such a massive smash, and like Miyamoto's like, this is what it needs to be. Like, this is the formula right here. And they released a direct sequel for it. Would I have remained a Mario fan? Would I have not needed Donkey Kong Country later in my life?
God, I'm so sick of Wart and Mauser having to be in every fucking Mario game. Down with Mauser, bring back Bowser. Am I right? Make that a hashtag.
Fry Guy, more like Y Guy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sick of these soulless fucking same old Mario characters over and over. Oh, look, we can play as Toadstool again and she can float in the... Okay, come on.
Yeah.
Can we just do something else, please?
The good thing about climate change is all the flurries will melt.
This podcast has gone on too long.
Yeah, I know. I had to look into my soul because I was really feeling warm feelings about Super Mario Brothers 2. And when I did this kind of process of self-discovery, analyzing my past and how I got to be where I am, it's like, if they had actually stuck with this, not just gameplay style, but the cast, the setting, or at least did a better job of incorporating it into the larger Mario tapestry rather than drip feeding us random baddies over the next decade. Would Donkey Kong Country have hit me the same way it did if I wasn't yearning for something to replace the Mario that I thought I knew and that I ultimately lost? And I realized, no, I don't think that would have been the case, because the truth is, I've always just loved monkeys. Primates and apes and monkeys. That's always been something I've had an affinity toward, even before Donkey Kong. As far back as I can remember, I was just enchanted by them. And I would always gravitate towards anything that would have them in it. And so to have a video game where they are the central cast, taking place in vibrantly real locations, that would have always just completely ensnared me in a way that I don't think the further adventures of Mario and friends in the Land of Dreams would have been able to compete with. So when I got Donkey Kong Classics around the waning days of my Mario fandom, like I found myself gravitating towards Donkey Kong Jr. more than the original Donkey Kong in that compilation, because you got to play as Donkey Kong Jr. You got to play as the gorilla. And that was so rare, no pun intended, so empowering, so like exactly what I'd wanted in a video game. That when Super Mario Kart came out in 1992 and I rented it from that Fireplace store that rented video games, I always played as Donkey Kong Jr. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. Like, oh my God, this character I just found out about relatively recently is back in this Mario Kart thing.
Yeah, and like that was the first time he had been playable, I believe, in 10 years at that point.
And I remember like also having a little thrill that they brought back Toad, because Toad wasn't in Super Mario World. So was Toad just retired? Right. They didn't mention Toad in Super Mario World. Is Toad done for? And Toad was back, and he was alongside Yoshi, and here was Donkey Kong Jr. I thought, oh, it's a shame Wart's not in it. Shame Mouser's not in it, but Donkey Kong Jr., that's pretty cool. So the seeds were sown even before Rare bought the farm, so to speak, for Donkey Kong.
On top of that, I do also think that even in this scenario where more of Mario 2's DNA like got implanted into the series and even like supplanted what Mario 1 had started, even if that had happened, like the impact that Mario made and in the industry and on like a generation of kids, and what he meant to, and what he would like need to mean for Nintendo going forward, like there was no way he wasn't going to be Mr. Video Games. Mm-hmm. And through that process, there was no way that he wasn't going to become a little more standardized.
Yeah.
And that's not like a positive or a negative thing. It's just kind of what needed to happen for Mario to be Mario at that point.
I think it was inevitable. Yeah.
And so, like, you know, I was joking at the start of this about how, you know, we'd be saying, oh, I'm so fucking sick of Wart, you know, bring back Bowser. And those were jokes, but like there's a certain element of truth to it that like Mario's most iconic elements and characters and recurring motifs and themes, like, were always going to sort of like carry through and be repeated over and over and over again, because like that's how they would continue being iconic. That's how they would continue resonating. You know, I say sometimes if somebody born in 1979 grew up loving Mario and somebody born in 2009 grew up loving Mario, they probably have a whole lot in common in terms of the things that they love about it. And, you know, you can say that that's because Mario is so sanitized, or it's so standardized, or it's so repetitive, but, like, there's a certain beauty to that, and there's a certain, like, savviness to it. So my point in all this is that, like, Donkey Kong Country still would have needed to come out and be this very dynamic, very different thing.
Yeah, it's, like, we've always made this comparison. If Mario is the Mickey Mouse of Nintendo, Donkey Kong is the Donald Duck. Where you can get a little funkier with it, no pun intended. You can do a little bit more with the concept. You can get a little bit more adventurous. You can go a little bit more astray and have a little bit more of an edge and personality to it than you can for the corporate face, the mascot. And in that way, I don't think I would have ever remained synced with Mario as I grew up and found myself a little bit more. So I think Donkey Kong Country was always destined to find me and for me to become one of its biggest online advocates. But, you know, playing Super Mario Bros. 2 again earlier this month, I was just completely awestruck of how much I did love the game. And I never forgot that, but I actually did forget a little bit just how much I loved it, how much it did mean to me, and how instrumental it was in me developing my taste and preferences, in being part of that self-discovery, of finding who I was, that led me eventually to Donkey Kong Country. And I think it's one of the most brilliant, influential platformers to ever hit the market. And I don't think it gets enough recognition. I don't think it gets the kudos that it deserves. And if it takes a Donkey Kong Country fan to spend 4.5 hours with his Sonic the Hedgehog loving friend who's on a sabbatical from Sonic the Hedgehog to sit down.
Oh, I'm not now. This was several years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. So if it takes a Donkey Kong Country diehard and a Sonic the Hedgehog diehard to spend the better part of 5 hours talking about why Super Mario Bros. 2 does deserve the respect of video game fans, of Nintendo fans, and of Mario fans, then I think it was worth it. I'm glad we had this opportunity to, yes.
And I'm glad that you found that you sort of rediscovered this game at a time that it seems like it really, like, you needed it. Like, you could find solace and take comfort in it. That too was beautiful.
Yeah. And it snapped. I mean, I came out of my depression within a few days, and then I stopped playing Super Mario Bros. 3 for a bit when I found myself getting sad again. So it's just, in the future, whenever I say how much I prefer Donkey Kong Country over Super Mario, and I rag on Mario and say how much I wish he was stripped down and burned alive at the stake, I'll have to be careful to qualify that statement by saying I wouldn't be where I am without Super Mario Bros. 2, my favorite fake Mario game released for American audiences because we were too dumb to handle the truth.
I hope my wife remembers me.
This has been a File 2 production.
Que rico.